This is the European Space Agency.
Hello, everybody. I'm European.
Hi, everybody. So we're about ready to get started, so if everybody could make sure they take their seats.
Good morning, everybody. How are we? If everybody just takes their seats, please. If you could all take your seats, we're about to start. I see lots of lovely coloured uniforms and some who don't have to wear uniforms. So if everybody could take their seats, please. Lovely. There's a few seats here in this second row. Thank you very much. You can all see yourselves there. Lovely. I think we nearly have everybody sitting down. Almost. Okay, good morning, everybody. How are you? You good? Oh, come on, we can do better than that. Good morning, everybody. How are we? We good? Lovely. Thank you very much. I hope that you're going to have a really interesting morning. We're really excited to be here today. I'm Niamh. I'm your host for the morning. I'll be talking to you in a few minutes. But first, to officially launch today and to say a few words, we're very lucky to have the head of Waterford IT to talk to us this morning. Can I please welcome to the stage Professor Willie Donnelly.
God, that's brilliant. I feel like a rock star with a reception like that. You're all very welcome to the arena here for what's called Engineering Week. This is the 13th National Engineering Week. It was originally founded in 2006. And it's coordinated here by CalMast. You see their names around everywhere, who are a group that promote science to second level and primary schools. Now, why promote science? Because it's exciting. Because science is all around us. If you go over to the engineering area there, you see good examples of how science is used. But everything we do, really, science is at the heart of it. And I was delighted to see this year that it's space as part of Engineering Week. Because, you know, if you think of space, maybe you're thinking of Star Trek. But in actual fact, space and opportunities in space today are manyfold. I mean, most people know GPSs. What could you do without a GPS? I mean, most people now, under a certain age, probably couldn't drive without a GPS. They'd probably just end up in some cul-de-sac somewhere. So GPS is something that we all use. We all use on our phones, we use in our cars. Likewise, telecommunications. You know, satellite communications is really a huge part of telecommunications. In the environment area, this is also an area where satellites are used to monitor the environment. So the point I really want to make is, when you come here today and you think about science, you think about maybe building spaceships, you think about Star Trek, but it's really much more than that. It's an area that covers huge number of different industries. So the opportunities are there. And what I would recommend is that your transition year, you're probably thinking about what I want to do next, to actually look first and foremost at engineering. But engineering is a very broad church. And I hope today you'll see and you'll get information on one important part, which is space. And you'll see the opportunities that are there. I know we have Niall Smith from CIT, who is involved in Blackrock Castle. I don't know if anybody's been there, but I highly recommend that you go to Blackrock Castle. It's a fantastic observatory, and it really will give you an insight into the whole area of space and space research. Also, this year, within the college itself, CalMast does a lot of work with transition year students. Maths Week is its most important, I would say, outreach activity, and it's probably the largest outreach event that's carried out throughout the year. But this year, for instance, CalMast had 12 transition year students from Waterford, Wexford, Tipperary and Kilkenny, who spent 2 weeks working at CalMast on the whole area of communications of STEM. Because, you know, one of the things is STEM is all around you, and communicating to people what it means to their life and how it impacts on their life and creating that interest is important. And it's important for us to get students like yourself thinking about STEM and getting involved in STEM, because there's so many opportunities there. But the main reason to get involved is because it's exciting. It's really exciting. whether you're doing whatever branch of engineering or whatever branch of science you go into. And really, I would say, when we talk about space, it's really the convergence of different areas in science, and you'll get an insight into that today. Okay, I'm just here to open the day, not to spend the whole day talking, so I'm going to finish up there. However, I would like to mention a few people and thank them, because this is a fantastic event and a huge amount of organisation goes into it, and it's a combination of, you know, work from WIT and CalMAS, work from our friends, which Niall represents, from CIT and Blackrock Castle, and also from Science Foundation Ireland, who are one of the funding agencies who fund the research that we do, and the European Space Agency. So I just want to mention Stephanie O'Neill, who's here, Niall Smith, good friend of mine, who you'll hear later, and any questions you have on space, ask Niall. He's got all the answers. Claire McSweeney from Blackrock Castle, and he'll probably direct you to Claire, so you'll have to talk to Claire as well. Niamh Shaw, who's the MC, and John O Donoghue, who's the CEO of MBO. So look, have a good day. Good thing is you're not in class, you're out here in a really nice part of Waterford, so enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Willie. So before we get started, we would like Stephanie O'Neill from Science Foundation Ireland, who also leads up ESERO Ireland, which is the Education and Resource Office, and it is the ESERO Space Careers Roadshow that we're attending today. So Stephanie would like to share a few words with you. So Stephanie, come to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. If you just bear with me for 1 second until I get this presentation going. Okay, good morning everybody, and you're very welcome to Waterford Institute of Technology Arena this morning. As Niamh said, I'm Stephanie O'Neill I work at Science Foundation Ireland, but I also run the ESERO Ireland office, and that's a contract between Science Foundation Ireland and the European Space Agency. It's really an ESA education office in Ireland. So Willie has already thanked everybody, but it falls on me to really sincerely thank Willie and the team here in WIT for hosting us today, for doing such an amazing job. It's an amazing venue, and we're delighted to be here to share different space education and space industry resources that we hope that you'll be interested in. But I suppose from my perspective, the message I want to get home to you today is that the resources and the opportunities that we're going to share today are all open to you, not abroad, not in Dublin, but these are opportunities that are open to you on your doorstep here, as well as obviously further afield. So I thank the Institute of Technology. I also want to thank my colleagues in Blackrock Castle Observatory. I work very closely with the team in BCO. They deliver an awful lot of projects with me to meet my ESERO office outputs. And I really would love if you could give the team in BCO a round of applause, because they've put most of this together. So I've got about 15 minutes just to share some of the ESA and ESERO resources that might be of interest to you in terms of projects and stuff that you might be interested in getting involved in. And I'll just start off by maybe explaining ESERO. As I said, it's the ESERO Ireland office, the European Space Education Resource Office. It's a contract between ESA, the European Space Agency, and Science Foundation Ireland. There is a network of 15 ESERO offices across Europe. I happen to look after the one in Ireland. And the reason that they were set up was so that ESA education could disseminate materials across all the member states through offices in each member state, rather than trying to do stuff centrally from Europe. So each of the ESERO offices can adapt resources and can adapt projects, etc., that are available for their own country. And it's a real success in terms of ESA, and I'm delighted to be part of it. In terms of the objectives of ESERO, so what we're really trying to do is to really promote STEM, science, technology, engineering and maths, and in particular in the space sector. We're trying to motivate and enable young people to pursue a career in science, technology, engineering and maths, and also to promote the importance of space exploration for our society. So they're really the objectives of ESERO, and we do that in many ways. We work with teachers, we work with students, we run projects, we run competitions, we share resources. And as I said at the beginning, it's a contract between Science Foundation Ireland and ESA. And I'm not sure that everybody actually knows that we actually have a European Space Agency. I know everybody knows about NASA. Not everybody may know about the European Space Agency. Ireland is a member of the European Space Agency. We actually pay to be a member. And for that we get many benefits. So I'm just going to show you a short video that probably explains ESA much better than I can.
This is the European Space Agency, dedicated to the peaceful exploration and use of space for the benefit of humankind. Established in 1975, we work together with our 22 member states to push the frontiers of science and technology and promote economic growth in Europe. We have offices in 8 locations across Europe and 1 at Europe's spaceport in French Guiana, where we provide independent access to space for scientific and commercial missions. Exploring space is humankind's greatest adventure and one that we have been involved with for more than 40 years. ESA has the technology and expertise to keep Europe at the heart of the new age of space exploration. From low Earth orbit, we are working to bring humans back to the moon and then onto Mars. By expanding the frontiers of knowledge, we are helping to answer the big questions about the universe. Space provides us with incredible opportunities to experiment and discover, yielding amazing new science. From Earth's neighbors to new worlds, we study stars, galaxies, and look for exoplanets. In addition to astronomy, planetary science, and astrophysics, ESA scientists work on growing food in space, searching for life on Mars, and understanding our own planet. From space, satellites are watching over Earth to monitor its health. Our satellites improve weather forecasts, observe the long-term effects of climate change, and contribute valuable knowledge to Earth science. The Sentinel satellites for the European Copernicus program provide vital information on our environment that can help improve our daily lives. Satellites also help you find where you are and get you where you want to go. We have developed Galileo, Europe's own global satellite system for navigating the globe. With over 20 satellites and a network of ground stations, Galileo provides precise global positioning information. Satellites are also connecting the world, making possible many of the technologies we use every day, like satellite TV and internet access. ESA is at the heart of Europe's satellite communications, developing new telecommunication systems and nurturing European innovation, bringing industry, science, and space technology together. In order to achieve all this, we need pioneering technologies that push the boundaries of the possible. ESA's world-class laboratories turn science into innovation, developing hardware and software for use in space and on the ground. Space technology gets rigorously tested to ensure it can withstand the harsh environment of space and the journey to get there. Traveling to space reliably is at the heart of ESA's vision for space transportation. We launch rockets that carry satellites into orbit and are constantly improving the design of our next generation of launchers, Ariane 6 and Vega C. These rockets and the reusable Space Rider will ensure that Europe continues to have autonomous and affordable access to space. Once in space, mission controllers are operating spacecraft around the clock to watch our planet, study the universe, and explore the solar system. We've flown more than 80 missions, including Rosetta, which landed Philae on Comet 67P, and Huygens, which touched down on Saturn's moon. We operate a worldwide network of ground stations to keep in contact with missions anywhere. ESA is dedicated to making space safer. Our teams help spacecraft to avoid collisions with space debris, and we are developing new techniques to deorbit dead satellites. We bring high-tech telescopes to scan the night sky for asteroids and missions to monitor our sun. With these technologies, early warnings can be delivered about potential asteroid impacts or hazardous solar activity that can affect infrastructure on Earth. ESA's diverse activities are all part of a clear vision for Europe in space. Space is the future, and through ESA, we are all part of it. This is ESA.
Okay, so I'm going to
This is the European Space
We don't want to hear
Agency,
it again.
dedicated to the
Sorry. So I'm going to ask a question, and please be honest. How many of you actually knew that there was a European Space Agency and that Ireland was a member of it? Show of hands. Okay, so not bad. Yeah. Okay, but did you know all the amazing work that happens at ESA? I mean, I think that video really gives a great overview of the European Space Agency. I think it's also important to know, actually, that there are many, many Irish scientists, engineers, and other personnel working at ESA in their various centres. And again, these are opportunities that are open to you in your future careers. So I just wanted to now just maybe mention a couple of the ESA projects that we run across Europe and here in Ireland. The Moon Camp Challenge is the first one I'll mention briefly. It's relatively new, and it's for students to design a moon camp, a station on the moon. And it's really, I suppose, for technology subjects, and it's using CAD to design a moon camp. Climate Detectives is another one that we've just reintroduced into Ireland, and we'll be doing some training for teachers at the end of this year. And it's about students forming teams and identifying a climate change problem and using data, whether that's Earth observation data from satellites or from ground station data, to either confirm that there is in fact a problem, or if they can, to try and come up with a solution for that problem. CANSAT is a project that we've been running here in Ireland for many years. It's where students transition year and up are given a kit, and they've got to build a satellite that fits in a can the size of a Coke can. The satellites are then launched. So first of all, they've got to build a satellite, obviously. They've got to put it together, do the programming, do the soldering, make sure that it's sending signals back to the ground station or the laptop. The satellite will have various sensors on it. At regional and national competitions, we launch the satellites, and then the teams have to get data that they must present to a team of judges. So I'm actually going to again show you a short video on this because it'll explain it much better than I can. It's great to have an IT guy. Is it working this time? Yeah.
It's a big thing to come up here to Laois and, you know, national finals. Like, this is it. This is all of Ireland.
As the name suggests, CANSAT, it's a satellite in a can. So it's a simulation of a satellite system that fits into a soft drink can, a 330mm can.
CANSAT is a European Space Agency competition that has been brought to Ireland by the ESERO office. ESERO is essentially an ESA education office here in Ireland. It's a contract between the European Space Agency and Science Foundation Ireland. And we run it in partnership with a number of partners around the country, including Blackrock Castle Observatory, who help us to run the project. And then there are a number of third-level partners who run regional competitions.
So there's all the Institute of Technologies around Ireland had regional competitions, and the winners from each of those competitions are here today to launch their satellite again, and we have to launch it up in a rocket and see all the different readings that we're going to get from it.
We're transmitting our data with antennas. So we have a small thread antenna in the can, and then we have an antenna, a Yagi antenna, which is the big one, which is plugged into our laptop. And while it's up in the air, we connect it up, and then we get to see the data.
Well, we were collecting GPS, acceleration, humidity, light intensity, and then the primary emission, which is temperature and atmospheric pressure.
It was quite intense because I thought, oh, it'll just go maybe 100 meters in the air. Not at all. It flew really high, and I was expecting a little bit of noise, but it was intense, and it was a really nice experience, and it gave me goosebumps.
Just seeing it launch up into the air, the parachute deploy, watching it sail through the air, and just seeing that that's all your work over the past amount of time, and it just kind of, it's quite rewarding to be able to see.
Everything was loaded into rocket, everything was going great until the rocket fired, and our can ended up in the lake. So we got its GPS readings, and the last one is right over the lake.
It's not a space mission, but still here we all encounter problems, and we all have to go and we have to fix those problems as a team. And you know, it falling in the lake was one of the problems, but it's not a problem that can't be fixed.
Okay, so that's CANSAT, and we're working with Waterford Institute of Technology at the moment. We hope that they'll be running a regional competition here very soon and partnering with us with the other, I think it's 9 institutes of technology. That team that you just saw there from the Maris College, they actually went on they won the national final, and that's the one where the CANSAT actually went into the lake. They won the national final, and they went on to represent Ireland at the European CANSAT competition. And they actually won the European competition. So it's through projects like that that students can really get involved hands-on in designing, in making, in all those technical skills, but equally important are the soft skills that they develop. So for example, problem solving, as he mentioned, analysing data, presenting data, teamwork, all those fantastic skills that employers will be looking for in the future. So participation in extracurricular projects like that really will help you hone those skills. I just want to mention AstroPi as well. I did have a short video, but I won't show it actually because I'm running out of time. So AstroPi again is another ESA competition, and this one is all about programming. So in the AstroPi competition, you use Raspberry Pis, little mini computers, and students can actually write some programs, and then they're run. I think there's 2 or 3 Raspberry Pis on the International Space Station, and students who are interested in participating in that, their code is actually run on the space station, and then you get a certificate with the code date stamped for when the code that you wrote is run on the space station. So I think that's it for me now. I'm going to hand over to Niamh, who will be looking after you for the day. Just before I do that, I want to thank my fellow speakers for the day. I hope we have a really interesting lineup for you. Willie mentioned, of course, we have Niall Smith from Cork Institute of Technology, who really is a whiz on space, and he's going to be talking about new opportunities and new careers and things that maybe we haven't even considered up to now. And I'm very proud to introduce John O Donoghue from NBio. I don't know if you're aware, but there was a mission launched only a few weeks ago. I think it was the 9th of February, called Solar Orbiter. And John has been working with ESERO for many years, but that solar orbiter, the heat shield, so the heat shield on that solar orbiter was made by John's company and Bio here in Ireland. So again, these are amazing opportunities to hear about this research and this technology and this science that's happening right here on your doorstep. And sorry, just before I finish off, and I am finished now, I just wanted to mention to the teachers in the room that during the lunch break, I'll be just up the stairs and in past the cafe up there to meet with the teachers just to share some additional teaching and learning resources that you might find useful, especially for the Earth and Space strand of the new junior cycle. So have a great day. Please keep listening. Listen for opportunities that are available to you that we all wish were available to us many years ago.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you very much. That's great. So you've heard already, you've heard from the president of Waterford IT and from Stephanie that you have quite an interesting day ahead of you. And the other thing to bear in mind is that these people are available to you at any stage if you want to talk to them. So today isn't about you listening. Today is about you engaging with us in any way that you want. So I'd like to go through what's going to happen this morning with you, but before I do that, there's a whole section over here. I'm sure you've seen it on the way in. And these are stands with different people involved in lots of different areas of engineering that are based here in your local community. So you've got the two lovely brightly lit sort of domes here. That's CalMast. And CalMast are an organisation that are based here in Waterford as part of Waterford Institute of Technology. And they're one of the oldest bodies that have been promoting science for years. And some of the most experienced people in Ireland who have been promoting science are involved in CalMast. So they have lots of interesting activities, and they also provide Maths Week across Ireland. And then you have, on the way in the door there with the racing cars, you have the Drone Racing Society. They're a mine of information. They gave me already top tips. I need to upgrade my controller for my drone. And then you have a 3D printer section there. There's some incredible things that you can print on 3D printers. And then down the back then you have a number of groups that are part of the Advanced Robotic Unit in Waterford IT. And these are all people that are still pursuing their undergraduate courses in Internet of Things and in engineering. So again, all of us this morning are available to all of your questions. So, it's Engineers Week. Hands up people who knew it was Engineers Week. Brilliant. Okay, hands up who didn't know it was Engineers Week. Oh, great. Okay, so it's Engineers Week. I'm really glad I asked that question. So it's Engineers Week. So at different times of the year, Science Foundation Ireland invest in weeks to promote different activities in science and technology. And this week is Engineers Week. And I'm an engineer, and most of the people you're going to be talking to this morning are engineers. And we all want to share with you our passion for all things technology. And everything about engineering is just figuring things out. And space is exactly the same. In fact, space is all about testing, so that when we go to launch, everything has been figured out. And it's fantastic to bring the Space Careers Roadshow to you today to tell you a little bit about all the different space careers that you can get involved in, but also rooted in all of it are opportunities for you to use your logical part of your brain, whether that's in science or engineering. I want to go through with you this morning who is going to be speaking with you today and some of the different activities that are going around outside. On your breaks, you're going to get a chance to speak to all these people over here to my left and your right, and you'll have a number of breaks during the day. Emergency exits, I have to tell you about those. So you have some on the back there. You'll see them anywhere with there's a green light with a person running and an arrow down. So you have emergency exits down the back, and then you have an emergency exit on the way that you came in. Right. So as I said, I'm your MC for the day. So the number of speakers that we are going to have very shortly Dr. Niall Smith from Cork Institute of Technology, who leads up a research centre involved in astrophysics and astronomy and all sorts of things that are based at CIT, Blackrock Castle Observatory, who are also there down the back as well, who you met on the way in. Then I'll be speaking with here on the chairs with John O Donoghue, who Stephanie also mentioned earlier, who is a businessman and is involved in the latest ESA mission, which has a spacecraft going to the sun as we speak. Then you hear from me, and then we have Mary Doyle-Kent, who is a lecturer here in engineering at Waterford IT, who does an awful lot of work in promoting engineering in the vicinity. And also, you'll see here down beside me, you'll see a huge telescope. Everyone see this telescope down here? So the reason for this telescope is that we will have a question and answer session after all these people speak for you to get a chance to ask the questions that you want to know. And there is a prize for the best question. And the student who comes up with the best question brings that home to their school. But not only that, they get a signed mission patch from astronaut Dan Tanney. He's a NASA astronaut. Thanks for the woo-woo. He's oh, very good. I like it. Even better. Oh, yeah. Love it. Love it. Thank you. You'll see I'll do anything for applause. So NASA astronaut Dan Tanney, thank you very much. He has actually a very strong connection with Cork, and he is a patron of Blackrock Castle Observatory, so you can ask them again at a later stage. So are you ready to hear some really interesting stories from people about science and engineering and all things space? I think we can do better. I think we can do better than that. I think because we're talking about science and engineering, we're all going to count to 10 and applaud simultaneously at the same time. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a nice round of applause together, starting with a kind of a polite number 1, going to a whooping 10, and then we're going to bring Dr. Niall Smith on stage. So we all ready for this? So we're going to start with a number 1, a nice quiet. Let's start with a nice quiet round of applause. Number 1, number 1, number 2. We're getting louder. Number 3, number 4, number 5. We're in the GAMH. Number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. Let's have a great Space Careers Roadshow! Yay! Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, off the back of that rock and roll round of applause, can I please welcome to the stage Dr. Niall Smith. Come on down, Dr. Niall Smith. Oh, yeah, keep it going. Love it.
Okay, not sure how we follow that. Actually, as a scientist, probably getting all super excited like that wouldn't be in my DNA ordinarily. So let's try not to bring down the mood after Niamh bringing it up so much. So my name is Niall Smith. I'm head of research at Cork Institute of Technology and head of the Blackrock Castle Observatory. But much more importantly, I'm really interested in giving some commentary about what I think are really exciting opportunities for people at your age going forward in the space domain. And I want to ask a question, first of all, about happiness and what we think, because we're talking about space careers and what we think makes us happy. Well, interestingly, if you ask the question, because we're a little bit short on time, I'm not going to do a survey on this. A lot of us, by default, will think lots of money equals lots of happiness. Actually, it turns out that that particular thinking isn't based in any reality. So this graph here goes up and then it stops going up. It stops going up at about $75,000. So the dollars give you this indication that this is from a US-based survey. So if you ask people what makes them happy, by the time your household income gets to $75,000, your happiness doesn't go anywhere. You're as happy, not as rich, but happy as you're going to get. So if you take the 5 richest people, even the 6 richest people in the world, who admittedly look like crusty old men, but they happen to be the 6 richest people in the world, they're worth between them about $500 billion. But actually, the evidence tells you that these individuals are no more happier than the person on the average industrial wage in Ireland. So why is this relevant? Well, the relevance is that don't start to think about your career as a means purely of making money, because that's not what's going to make you happy. So the really important point of having a career is much more nuanced and much more important in your life than something that today we often think of in terms of being a celebrity or driving the big fast or small fast car or whatever it might be, or having lots of bling. It doesn't make you happy. And the science tells us this and proves this. The other thing just to be aware of in terms of happiness is that we live in a digital age. But actually, our brains have evolved over 100 million years, and the planet has been around for about 4.5 billion years. And as biological entities, we've actually evolved to be social animals, to talk to one another, to meet with one another, to laugh and joke, play tricks on one another. And it turns out that enough money and a good social, it doesn't mean you have to be the center of attention. That's not what I'm saying. But having a few friends, family or otherwise, that you can chat with and be yourself, that's what makes you happy. So when you think about a career, and I'm going to go on to the space bit first of all, think about this quote about finding what you like doing best and basically getting somebody to pay you to do that. So don't make payments the single biggest thing. Now, why would I say that? When I did my work in college, I went to college in UCD. We never thought about a career, actually, at the time. We just were interested in science. We just were interested in space. We wanted to spend a part of our lives doing something we really enjoyed, and we'd let life look after itself. So we tried to do reasonably well at college. We tried to understand how the universe works. We tried to be able to do enough maths and enough physics, in my case, so that we could solve some problems. Because we kind of thought if we could solve some problems, that's going to be, in the long term, that's going to be good. That's going to be interesting. It's going to provide us with opportunities. And right now, where you're sitting is a much more dynamic time than when I was sitting in your seat. With things like artificial intelligence coming down the line, we've heard the Internet of Things referred to already. With globally disruptive changes to the way we interact socially, as I mentioned already, things like Facebook and so on, you're living in a world which is much more changeable than the one I was in when I was at your stage. So this is a really important time to get a sense of how does the universe work, and science and engineering can help you to do that. But by the way, I'm not just talking to people who are interested in science and engineering, I'll come to that in just a second, but science and engineering can help you to do that. But fundamentally, an education in an area which you're interested in is the best preparation for life ahead. And in particular, because we've no idea what the world is going to look like in 20 years' time, which to you might sound like a long time, but you're just going to be getting started in your careers in 20 years' time, because you're probably going to be working till 70, if you want to. Then you've got so many opportunities ahead. Prepare now to give yourself the flexibility to connect into those opportunities in the most exciting way possible. So in terms of space, perhaps you're not interested in space, but you're interested or you're concerned about poverty on the planet. So how does space help you to address issues of poverty? Well, global connectivity, so we take the internet for granted in this country. Essentially 50% of us, 3 billion people, have no connectivity to the internet whatsoever. Now that becomes crucially important for a number of reasons. It's very hard to run a business, and a lot of education is based upon connecting to the internet. So if you want to help people in underrepresented parts of the world, you need to help to connect them to the internet. So we heard about the European Space Agency, and we're big fans and long-term members of the European Space Agency. But this particular graphic at the moment shows the type of satellites that are being launched by private companies at the moment, specifically to connect parts of the world which are not currently connected together. So what we're starting to see, instead of only large agencies like the European Space Agency, we're starting to see small companies, companies driven by people only a few years older than you, who maybe have this desire to change the issue of poverty. And they try to think, how can I do that? Actually, by bringing education, I can do that. And how can I bring education? I can do that by connecting people to the internet. And how can I connect people to the internet? I can do that using new types of satellites. Small satellites that are less expensive to put up. Small satellites, not completely unlike the type of robotics you see just around the corner there. The only difference is the robotics around the corner there, you can walk over to. If we lifted those 400 kilometers up, they're a satellite. So fundamentally, putting something up into space now is much more accessible. Gives you an opportunity to be disruptive. Gives you an opportunity to drive a career where you help to change things. Work with companies or develop your own companies where you change things. And the way these satellites can partly work, and I'm going to go to this very quickly, is if you want to connect Ireland with New York, then I'm going to do this, actually, let me do it this way for a second. So here we're in Ireland. This yellow line is a connectivity. So we beam up, actually it's technically from London up to a satellite, and then these different satellites connect to each other, and they bring the signal from wherever you started to wherever you want to go. This is fundamentally, it's a different way of doing things than the way we're doing things at the moment. Because at the moment we use satellites which are what we call geostationary orbit. And they're 36,000 kilometers up. The new breed of satellites are only about 400 kilometers up. Much less expensive. It means countries like Ireland and small companies can play a really leading role in this. But perhaps your interest is in feeding people. So how do satellites help you in your career to do that? This here is a soil moisture map, and perhaps not surprisingly, if you look at Ireland, it's a bit bluey because we have lots of rain here, but lots of parts of the world have less rain. So the question is, how do we maximize the types of crops that grow in different areas? Well, you've got to know what's happening with the soil moisture. And we all have seen the disruptive changes of climate change. So satellites, in a way that no other technology can do, can help us to develop models about where we think the soil moisture will be in a couple of years' time. So where is a smart place to plant particular types of plants or not, as the case may be. So maybe you're interested in plant science. Satellites now help you to figure out where to put the plants that you are expert in understanding. Alternatively, you might be more interested at the farm level. I don't know if it's very easy to see this, but farms now have become very high-tech, and satellites help them to become high-tech. They position, for example, where the tractors or feed spreaders are. They can tell the farmers when to spread and in what quantities. And this can all be done non-invasively by satellites above. If you look at this map, which is taken from one of the Sentinel satellites, and it was mentioned in Stephanie's, the European Space Agency's video, this shows a series of fields. So it looks just like something maybe just from Van Gogh or something like that, but actually it's a picture of a number of fields. The colors tell you the temperature, and the temperature tells you whether crops are growing there or not. So if you look at the right-hand graphic, the blue tells you that those temperatures there are cold, and the red is where the temperatures are higher. Where there's red, the crops are growing. Where the blue, there's no crops. Now, in this instance, it's because the crops haven't been seeded in those areas. But you can now, by simply looking at the temperature of the ground, follow crop growth. You may not want to know about satellites, but you should want to know if you're interested in farming or food production and helping to reduce poverty through food production, then you should be interested in what satellites can do to you, because they provide an insight that no other technology can do. But perhaps you're interested in living in a big city, but you want it to be smarter. So we often think of smarter cities as cities with more tech, but that's changing. Actually, smarter cities we're now thinking of as places that are just simply better to live in. So issues like traffic congestion, or air pollution, or pollution into the water, for example, from runoff. These are things which are now unacceptable increasingly to us. Satellites give us an opportunity to do things that are really difficult to do through other technologies. For example, smart traffic light systems that can see where the traffic is coming from and change in response to that in a much more dynamic way than we can do at the moment. Why is that important? For a couple of reasons. It takes you less time to get to work. Okay, that's probably useful because it's irritating. But much more importantly, the less time you take to get to the place, the less greenhouse emissions you emit. And this is also true for electric vehicles, by the way. So electric vehicles in themselves don't generate as they move. They don't generate greenhouse gases. But the methods by which we generate the electricity to bring to the electric vehicle still involve fossil fuel generation. So the less you got to move as a fundamental of physics, the better. So it's always smart to move more efficiently. Sitting with things turned on or stop starting is always less efficient than being on the move. Newton told us this about 400 years ago, and we're catching up with his thinking here now. If you're in larger parts of the world, this is a map on the left-hand side of Africa and Europe and part of Asia. And what you see for Europe is the brightness of the lights. There's an ad going on at the moment, which I'm not sure how I feel about, by the way, where we're all looking at lots of light from space. This, by the way, isn't smart to shine things up into space. So we need to figure ways to stop this happening. Separate discussion, perhaps. But in Africa, the reason why you don't see lights isn't because they figured out how not to shine lights up into space. It's because there's no lights there, because the infrastructure doesn't exist. So if you want to drive a car across Africa, GPS can allow you to do that. At the moment, we do that by looking at our GPS or listening to our GPS. But as you're aware, autonomous vehicles are going to start doing that for us or with us relatively soon. I'm not sure how important autonomous vehicles are for the likes of Ireland. It's pretty easy to get from Waterford to Dublin. Not sure about that, other than maybe some safety things. But in very large areas like Africa, they can become game changers. So if you're interested in parts of the world that you want to see improved, then satellites can do that for you. Perhaps you are a tech head, like me and like John and like Willie and like Niamh and like Stephanie. Actually, there's a lot of us here today, which is great. And you want to build satellites. Well, the great thing is that satellites are becoming smaller. So instead of costing hundreds of millions, they now cost less than 50,000 euros. Now, that's not money you get in your back pocket, but the reason they cost less is, you can see on the left-hand side here, the size of satellites can come down as small as 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. And when you put those up, they can do useful things. That's the key point. Technology now allows them to do useful things. And here's a quick point, and I got to keep an eye on time. You take for granted mobile phones. When I was growing up, mobile phones were actually probably more complicated than Star Trek. The guys in Star Trek had things that did less and were bigger than the mobile phones that we use now. The only thing they could do was interstellar travel, which is a bit of a cheat, actually. And again, that's another story. But the key thing about the mobile phone is this. The physics never prevented the mobile phone from being possible. Nobody could come to you and say, the laws of our universe will make this device impossible in the future. The only thing we needed to do was to use our brains to figure out what were the technological challenges and overcome them. So we've figured out with our brains how to miniaturize things and make them incredibly powerful. That's why the satellite business is changing, because we figured out how to make things smaller and yet still very powerful. And the really interesting thing from the perspective of many of us who look at these things is we're not finished with the physics of the universe yet. The fundamental laws allow us to do a lot more even with much smaller satellites. So be part of that really exciting thing. We're at no end point here. The other reason why small satellites, not just from being less expensive, are important, they're more environmentally friendly. The less stuff you put up into space, the less stuff that may come back down. The less stuff you put into space, the less stuff you have to dig out of the ground. So always miniaturization is a good thing. And companies now are starting to look at that. So if you're particularly interested in materials, for example, and looking at materials, we've got the 3D printing here, and doing this in a smarter way, you can do two things. You can do really exciting things with the materials, and you can help protect the environment. So don't think that the space careers is about rockets that pollute, which they do at the moment. Think of it as an opportunity to build rockets that don't pollute and spacecraft that are more environmentally friendly. Everybody's moving in this direction. Be part of that. What about space debris? Stephanie showed this. Suppose that you're really mechanical engineering minded and figure ways to capture. Well, there's two graphs here, one of which is on the top, to the top. It's a net, which Stephanie showed in her video. Secondly, the other possibility is to use something like a laser to vaporize. The top one is preferable in the sense that you bring something back to Earth. The second one, a little less preferable. But space debris is a problem for us because things start to collide with each other, and that is bad for obvious reasons. We don't want car crashes on the ground, so we don't want space crashes in space. If you're interested in climate change, oh come on, who can't be or who isn't? But if you're interested in it, the next question that we would always ask is, well, do you understand it? Because if you understand it, you can do something about your interest in it. And satellites, as we probably well know, help us a lot. But here's a really important point. It isn't too late for us to change things. And the best way we can help to change things around this is to have an evidence-based discussion. Satellites allow us to check our models, and models are really something like this. If I say, for example, that I have a model of the universe which tells me about how gravity works, I should be able to predict how long it takes my wallet to hit the ground. If I do it again, if my model is right, I should be able to predict it again, and so on and so on. So modeling, you might think that's obvious, but it's actually not that obvious. The laws that tell us that, the speed at which that drops is one thing on the Earth. It's slightly, the law is the same, but it's slightly different on the Moon. It's different on if you were on the surface of the Sun. John's going to tell us about getting close to the surface of the Sun and how to protect yourself. But the fundamental law there is gravity. So things will look different on Mars, to the Earth, to Venus, but there's actually one single underlying law in terms of how fast this is going to drop, and that's gravity. So knowing how things work is really important. Satellites give us this global view. Almost finally, suppose you're interested in tourism. Well, at the moment, tourism going into space is relatively modest, but it's something that's growing. So you have the likes of Virgin Galactic. This on the bottom right is a plane with a rocket underneath it. The plane brings the rocket to a certain height, and then the rocket ignites and you go up into a suborbital flight. So you kind of go a little bit into space and you come back down. So people are interested in doing this. People are spending a lot of money on this. And we want to be able to do this more into the future. So for example, the richest, I think at the moment, the richest man in the world, the richest person in the world, who happens to be still a crusty old man, is Jeff Bezos from Amazon. And his view is that he wants to build the roads into space so that the people like you can build the houses there. So I saw a very interesting YouTube video just before Christmas where he made the following comment. When they set up Amazon, he said, people say, oh, that was a brilliant idea that you had for the company. And he said, well, it was a good idea. He said, but we didn't build the books. We didn't build the roads, we didn't build the DHL courier services, and we certainly didn't build the internet. So he said we had to rely on so many other things that were already in existence. The issue with space at the moment is getting there, still noisy, shakes you, is expensive, possibly pollutes. It's going to look awfully old-fashioned by the time you get to my age. That's what I would suggest and would very much hope. But you need people, and we need people like you to be part of making that change. Never assume that this has to be the way it is. And why? Because the laws of physics don't say the only way you can get to space is by igniting a big rocket and firing stuff rapidly out the back and polluting. There is no law that says that. It just happens to be the technology that we use at the moment. There are cleaner ones that are being tested and are being used in limited quantities, so you could be part of that. That could then allow you to help to drive a tourism business. Because if it suddenly doesn't become polluting and doesn't damage our atmosphere and so on, then maybe it's okay to bring lots of people up into space. And I think this is my second last, it's just about at the end, keeping an eye on time. Where would we launch in the future? So at the moment we launch from places like Kourou in French Guiana, which is on the equator. Actually, it turns out, going back to kind of the physics of the situation, that if you want to put satellites into certain orbits, Ireland is actually a really good place to launch from. And if you're a bit skeptical about that, 2 points. First of all, the UK are going to do it, and you can see these 2 red arrows. One of them is based in the southern part of Scotland in Prestwick. The other is in Mayo, but doesn't actually exist. But the UK are going to do it. That's the first thing. And they're doing it because it makes sense from a physics perspective. And secondly, New Zealand are already doing it. So you have satellites. When you are, as we're sitting here now, every so often, probably about every 90 minutes or so, a satellite that was launched in New Zealand a few days or a few weeks ago is passing over your head. So the reason why New Zealand are doing this is because of where they are, they can put stuff into space cheaper, and that means more people can gain access to space. The same argument can be used from Ireland. So what's the ultimate point of that? We need you to be able to think disruptively. You know, 10 years ago, if you said this, people would laugh at you. But somebody, maybe in an audience like we're sitting here today, thought, well, I don't care if people are laughing at it now, because I think my idea is right. I think I've got a better idea than the people who are talking to me. And that's the way we want you to be able to think. That's about the career going forward. That would be really exciting and goes on in a positive way. Finally, perhaps your ambition is to be really involved in space. Well, if it is, and there's many ways we've already stated it, perhaps you really want to be involved at right down in the heart, or perhaps you want to go to the moon. Well, we will be going back to the moon in the next couple of years, and as you progress through your careers, your opportunities to be involved in permanent habitations on the moon will become very real. So that's something that you could look at. And we will need people with all disciplines. We will need doctors. We will need people who are psychologists. We will need people who are happy people who make other people happy. We will need the sort of things we need on the surface of the earth. So here's the point on that. We build communities here. What we're talking about now is building communities on the moon. So we will need artists. We will need scientists. We will need sports people. Why? Because that's the way, going back to what I said at the start, our brains have evolved. Put a bunch of scientists in a room together for a long period of time, and it doesn't go well. If none of them have any interest in anything but the science, it doesn't go well. So we need that flexibility, and therefore we need people in all disciplines. It's not a patronizing comment. It's a fundamental requirement. So, the conclusion would be, choose a job you love. Choose an idea you love. Choose something that the moment you love doing. And you'll never then have to actually work a day in your life. And I can tell you that is really so true. So I wish you the very best in your careers, and I hope to see a bunch of you coming to us at BlackRock Has the Future saying, by the way, you were wrong when you said that, because here's a better way of doing it. Then I think we will have felt we'll have done our job. And I am, by the way, will be around along with colleagues from BlackRock to have a chat during the morning, and I wish you the very best of luck with the rest of the morning, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Niall. That was great. Terrific. Some great insights there. Okay. As we said, we're going to take a break now for 15 minutes, so we're going to start again at 11:30. The toilets are out that way. Don't forget to come and talk to anyone you've heard this morning. And we'll all be done by 1:30 as before, even though we're running a few minutes late. So check out all the different stands, the bathrooms, and have a break outside for a coffee, whatever. And we'll see you back here at 11:30. 11:30 to come back. Thank you. Just checking that you're still awake. everybody, if you can make your way back to the seating area, please. And we're going to hear from John O Donoghue, who has just returned from NASA, as you do, in Florida, to see the launch of a spacecraft that he was inherently involved in. Now, if that doesn't make you sit down, I don't know what does. So, everybody make their seats. Make their seats. I mean, what am I like, make the seats? I mean, get back to your seat. And you'll have a chance to look around the exhibit area again on your lunch break. And I was asked, for those of you that haven't completed a pre-evaluation, which would have been a form you completed on the way in, would you please complete it and give it to Claire McSweeney? And she was, she's this there at the Blackrock Castle Observatory stand on the way. And there she is there, wave Claire, there you go. Give your pre-evaluation there to Claire. I hope she went to the toilet. She said she was going to go to the toilet. Did you go? No, she needs to go to the toilet, as we all do on the break. So anyway, okay, it's very important, you know, everybody needs to go to the toilet. So everybody take their seats, and we are going to have a fantastic second half. There are going to be 3 people speaking. I'm going to be talking to John O Donoghue shortly, who's just returned from NASA. Did I say that enough times? NASA, he saw the launch of a spacecraft that he's directly involved in. Does it get any cooler than that? I don't think so. And then you'll be hearing from me, because I'm a space nut, and I'm going to be talking about my experience on a simulated mission to Mars. And then we'll be hearing from Mary Doyle-Kent at the end. And she'll be talking about why, what's on offer here at Waterford IT if you want to pursue a career in the sciences or the engineerings. And I hope you enjoyed the first half. Did you enjoy the first half? Oh, great, somebody's listening. The one person is listening up the front. I might try that again. Did you enjoy the first half? Oh, hey, people are listening to me. I'm not just talking in an echo chamber. Thank you very much. But you are a lovely, I have to say, Waterford, you've been really lovely. I think you're all deadly. I've been speaking to a few of you, and I think the world is a much safer place if all of Waterford managed it, just Waterford and the schools in the neighbouring areas. Because I do meet lots of people all the time, and I particularly find you guys very friendly, which makes my job all the easier. Because you see, I've got to talk ad nauseum about nonsense a lot of the time until you guys get your seats. So everybody there at the door, run, run, run. Come on, come on, come on, let's start. Let's start. Let's get the ball rolling. We've a lot to get through, and I want to make sure that all of you get back for your afternoon in school for 1:30. I know you don't want to go back, but you have to go back. So, do I use this microphone? I do. Am I going to use, or is there, oh, there's another one there. There's another one there. Okay, cool. All right, so let's take your seats in 1 minute. Thank you very much. Don't forget, you can speak to any of us at any time. Come up to us. That's what we're here for. You know, and also don't forget that after the lunch break, we'll have about 40 minutes for a Q&A with the people that you hear speak this morning. And there is a prize of this amazing telescope down here for your school. Plus, Blackrock Castle Observatory will go into your school and give you a free astronomy training session. And then the person who actually asked the question will get a signed mission patch from an astronaut from NASA, Dan Tanney, and he has a very close connection with Cork and Blackrock Castle Observatory. So keep listening and keep thinking of those questions. Okay, what time is it? Okay, I've waffled on enough. Let's go. All right, take your seats, everybody. Are we ready for the second half? Lads, you know this by now. That's never going to be enough for me. Are we ready for the second half? No, it's only the 3 rows that are committed. All those people in those fancy tiered seats, they're not listening. I know you're not listening to me. So, are we ready for the second half? The tiered section, you're killing me. I'm going to do it again. Tiered section, it's all about the tiered section, because I can see you. You can't hide from me. Are we ready for the second half? There we go, brilliant, I'll take it. You're all kind of going further up the back, that's fine. Okay, so can I please welcome to the stage the CEO of InBio, John O Donoghue. Massive round of applause for John. I'm moving to this microphone now because we've got so many great AV. So just to give you context, so John is here because he is one of the people in Ireland who's really leading the way in being at the coalface of existing global space missions. So John, you're very welcome here this morning. So firstly, where are you from?
I'm originally from Enniscorthy, but I live in Dungarvan, County Waterford.
Fantastic. And what's your background? So what did you study?
I studied mechanical engineering first in UCD.
Yeah.
And got into the whole area of working with medical products, and went back to do a master's then in Trinity College when I was nearly 40. At 42, I set up in bio, and it was to coat medical devices, hips, knees, dental implants, so that they would bond with bone in your body easier.
And so then, how did that become something about space?
I suppose it's like everything
You put the mic
in
up,
life.
yeah.
Things, is that too loud?
No, you're never too loud, John.
Life takes a funny path, and the company wasn't doing very well with orthopedics, not because we didn't have a good product, but because the orthopedic companies didn't want to really advance from where they currently are. So we turned to the European Space Agency. One of our guys had already worked with the European Space Agency on photonics projects.
That's light stuff. That's
Light,
yeah.
Yeah, and he told us that we should apply, and we started to talk to the European Space Agency, and they were instantly interested in our technology for reasons I couldn't tell at the time.
And so you have developed a really important part of all future missions that go anywhere near hot or cold surfaces, or just hot surfaces. So what is it that you provide?
So I'm not sure if the video is...
We'll get the video going. Yeah, thank you.
It's coming up here. So on this mission here, you'll see in a minute the heat shield. I have a piece of it here, actually.
Oh, brilliant. So you provide heat shields for...
Amongst other things.
For spacecrafts.
So we developed, this is titanium foil with burnt animal bone on the surface. So it's very like an orthopedic surface. It's metal with bone on it. And you'll see in a second here, when this turns around, the whole heat shield, we'll wait for it to happen here, but the whole heat shield on the solar orbiter is made of that foil. So that's what faces the sun, and it's what protects the craft. And so you see it there, and this is going to play in the background, so you'll see it come around again. So we have an orthopedic surface that's protecting the heat shield of the solar orbiter from burning up. The electronics behind have to work at around 30 degrees Celsius maximum.
Yeah.
And the heat shield is going to be up at around 550 degrees Celsius.
Wow.
So it protects everything behind it.
Yeah.
But that's only a small part of what we did on that mission.
So let's talk about the mission first. So the Solar Orbiter is the latest spacecraft that has launched by the European Space Agency.
Correct.
And it is a mission with a lot of instruments on board to basically understand how the sun behaves. Because we know a lot, but there's a lot we don't know about the sun. And so there's instruments on boards to understand that. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and like the sun, it's where we get it's our sole source of energy. It's the reason that we're all here today. It's the only reason that we can exist.
Yeah.
But we don't understand it, as you say. One of the things that we don't understand about it is the types of storms that can be generated in the sun and on its surface, and they can wipe out our electricity systems, they can wipe out our telecommunications, they can wipe out the internet. I don't know how you survive without all of your social media, but it can actually do that. And back over 100 years ago, a massive solar storm had that impact on the Earth, where if it had been today, it would have wiped out all of our communication.
That's right, it was 1878, wasn't it? There was a massive solar storm.
Yeah. So that could happen again, and we need to better understand how we protect ourselves from that. And also the whole impact of the climate change and you know, the fact that we're living with a greenhouse effect on this planet at the moment.
Yeah. So you have just recently come back from Florida,
yep,
where you actually saw your heat shield on a spacecraft launch live from Cape Canaveral.
Yeah.
What was that like, John?
A bit surreal. Yeah, it was emotional actually, because we finished the heat shield in 2016 and we had started work on it in 2011. We started work with the European Space Agency in 2009. So this was a long, long time coming around, and 5 minutes after the thing takes off, we had 2 mission critical surfaces on that, black and white, and we had about 35 square meters of coating on the craft. Almost every single instrument and face of that actual spacecraft has our coatings on it. We have over 200 individual parts coated on it, as well as some of the scientific instruments. And as soon as it went up and left the Earth's atmosphere, we became TRL 9, Technical Readiness Level 9, which is the highest readiness level that you can have on any component. We became TRL 9 on two components. So we went from being space novices to space veterans in the space of about 5 minutes after the launch. Wow. So it was really, really exciting, and it's had a major impact on our business since.
I can imagine. And you were saying that at one stage the mission had been cancelled.
Yep. In 2012 they were about to abort the mission fully because they didn't have a surface that could protect the heat shield. They didn't have a technology of which they could make the heat shield to protect the craft. They would have had to make the heat shield much thicker without our coating, and it would have been too heavy, so they wouldn't have been able to carry all the instruments or get as close to the sun, and it just didn't make financial or commercial sense to do it at all. So with our technology, we made this $1.5 billion mission possible. Yeah.
That's incredible, John. I mean, that's quite an achievement. Yes, I hear a round of applause there. Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, we're very proud of you. You know that, and it's incredible that it came just from a small company, because I called out to you. So I was artist in residence at Blackrock Castle until last year, and I helped them make a series of career videos. And I came into your business in a small startup space in Nova UCD, which was a small section, and I was taken around, and it was really small then, and it's incredible.
It's still small.
I know, and look at the impact that you have. That you don't have to be like a massive manufacturer or anything. So can you explain to people that you don't need to be, these massive factories to make that kind of impact, and how you have managed to make that happen for yourself as an entrepreneur and somebody people may have startup ideas here about space. What would you say to them about that?
I don't think one of the big companies could have done this. If you take it that nearly every technology that a big company promotes, they've either bought it or they've acquired it somehow from a smaller startup. Big companies tend to be risk adverse. They have very strict budgets, and those budgets they have to balance at the end of the year. They have to be able to impress Wall Street and the financial markets that they're doing the right thing, so they don't take risks. What tends to happen is people leave those big companies, start small companies, do risky things, and the big companies then spot them and they buy them, or they buy the technology, or they license it. So small companies tend to be a lot more nimble and agile, and can do things that big companies just would not want to do. Mm-hmm. And I've gone into lots of different companies, particularly medical companies, and I've shown them that we can put bone on metal. And metallurgists and mechanical engineers, of which I'm one, biomedical engineers, of which I'm one, will tell me that's impossible. And they just won't believe me. And now I'm able to say, look, we're the closest surface to the sun, and it doesn't come off. And it stays constant over the 8 years that it's orbiting the sun. So if that doesn't prove the technology, I don't know what else is going to prove it for them, but I'm happy in my own.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And was there a lot of research and failure and testing and failure in order for you to have that product so so secure now?
The technology, we grit blast material onto the surface of metal.
What does that mean?
So like anybody here who's from a sort of metalworking background or a farming background will understand that if you grit blast metal, you clean the surface off of it. We actually turned that on its head, and we use grit blasting to put material on a surface. So we knock the oxide layer off of metal, and we mix other powder in with the grit, and when you knock off the oxide layer, the metal underneath is very reactive and it wants to bond with something, but it bonds with the other material
Instead of oxygen.
instead of oxygen. And it's very, very simple. It's very inherent. It's very natural. We don't use any chemistry. We don't use any heat. So it's very environmentally friendly, to follow up on some of the things that Niall spoke about earlier. So it's ideal because the European Space Agency are one of those entities that are trying all the time to develop technologies to help with sustainability and making industry cleaner and more environmentally friendly. And what they do is they start, if something goes into space, it's at the very top of the pyramid. And they then try to promote companies with their new technologies so that they trickle down to other areas of industry, like electronics or like the car industry or the aerospace industry, so that they'll trial the new technologies, they'll take the risk in the hope that they catch on and then they can be used elsewhere. And that's what's happened with ours.
And how did you come up with the idea? Like, how did you figure out that if I take away the outer layer of a metal that has reacted with oxygen, strip it back, and if I then put something on top of it, how did you come up with that idea?
I'm not quite sure what was going on in my head, but I can tell you the circumstance.
Yeah, please do.
So I'm a mechanical engineer first, and I went back to college to do biomedical engineering nearly 20 years after getting my degree, because I was really bored working in factories and I couldn't do exciting stuff. I was doing routine stuff, and I wanted to change, so I went back to college. I did a master's working on titanium pacemakers and defibrillators, and it involved grit blasting. I got really interested in grit blasting, which is sort of seen as a back alley, dirty process. And I was really interested in titanium because it's just this fantastic light metal that you can do wonderful things with. And I put the two of those together. I was reading a book called Titanium in Medicine one night in bed.
As you do.
I don't normally do that, but that's what I was doing this night for some strange reason. And I just got this idea and I let her roar out of me, and I woke my wife up and frightened the hell out of her. And that gave rise to InBio.
It's incredible.
Yeah, so...
And then you just got going, you got testing, and I'm sure it wasn't a straight road. I mean, I think it's really important for people to know that an idea is all very well and good, but it's all about testing, failing, failing.
Well, it goes back to what that plot that Niall put up about what makes you happy. I can't say that I have made any money. I haven't, though it's starting to change. It's getting very exciting in the business now because there's such interest after the launch 3 weeks ago. But it has been really tough running a business because everybody tells you that can't work.
Yeah.
It's new, so people are very, very nervous of new things, particularly on the material side. Not on software, not on communications, but on material side. If you're going to be flying in an aircraft, you want to know that it's got 30 or 50 or 100 years heritage, and we come up with something new and we say it does this. And people say, even if it does this, I'm not going to chance it. So it took a long, long time for that to get going, but I wouldn't swap it for anything because how else was I going to get onto this? How else was I going to get an opportunity to do something like this? So if we can resurrect the medical side of the business, which we're now working on again, I'll be able to say that I'm after doing things for people and for space.
Yeah.
So as we say in the company, we work from inner space to outer space.
Oh, so, very good. And for the people here, at this stage in life where I hope that some people in the room are thinking about a career in science or technology or engineering, having, had probably tough days and good days, what would you say about your career? What advice would you give?
Well, the first thing is I'm a very average student, so you don't have to be a wonder student to do things. You just have to be tenacious and persistent. I remember sitting in a bus in 1981 or 82 outside of WIT, listening to Rod Stewart on a beautiful sunny day as we did a tour of WIT to see was it where I'd like to go to college. That didn't happen, but I ended up back in Waterford anyway. I suppose the wonderful thing about today is that you carry around an encyclopedia in your pocket. So if you can forget about taking selfies and a whole lot, all of that for a while, and just understand that you have the most wonderful educational tool in your pocket and you can do whatever you want. And as Niall said, you can choose to be happy in the work that you take on. I would not let people tell me that I can't do anything, because that's crazy. And the thing that I really like about Ireland today is I look out here and I don't see just Irish faces anymore. I see European and African and Asian faces. And I just love that. And I see probably half and half girls. And I just want to remind you, the girls in the arena here today, that probably three of the most important people in the whole history of space were three African-American women who came from poor backgrounds and who did all of the work on the maths and trajectories and launch sites and launch windows and all that sort of thing that makes space as an industry possible today. And one of them just died last week. She was 101, Katherine Johnson. And if you have any doubt about the role that girls play in space, well, you need to shed that now. If you have any doubt about the role that human beings as a diverse group, you know, of different races. By the way, there is not different races in the human family. There are just different geographical regions. There is no such thing as a different, you know, there is only one human race. But your background and where you come from, whether you're rich or whether you're poor, you can do whatever you want because you still have the same brain and you still have that computer in your pocket. So it's all there for you. Just choose to do what you want to do and just persist at it.
Yeah, well said,
That's
John.
my message.
Okay, lastly then, we'll get a chance. You get a chance to talk to John here and also at the Q&A session later on. But just last question: what's next for NBio then? What are you doing next?
Oh, so when you can change the surface of a metal, you can do all sorts of funny things. Like we're working with some of the biggest shoe companies in the world to release rubber out of molds. We're working with some of the biggest tire companies to release rubber out of molds because we're able to put Teflon down on metal. So it's like your non-stick frying pan.
Yeah.
We have also developed an adhesion, a metal of adhering materials to the surface of metals that doesn't need dirty chemistry. So again, it complies with all of what the Europeans want to do in terms of cleaning up industry. And we did that with a H2020 grant, finished it last year, and we're about to launch it later this year. Just the interest from space companies, you know, and I can talk about them because a lot of them are in the public arena, but we're getting calls, extra calls now from Airbus, from Thales Alenia, from Boeing.
They're all the big ones.
SpaceX have contacted us recently. Wow. So we don't know where we're going to go. So it's just very exciting. And I suppose the next thing we're going to have to do is recruit because we don't have enough staff.
Recruit? So. Brilliant, lovely.
So you never know.
You never know. So don't forget to talk to John at some stage in the day. So for now, let's say thank you to John and we'll talk to him later. Thank you very much, John O'Donoghue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Brilliant. That was fantastic. Thank you, John. That was amazing, wasn't it? So you're going to hear from me next. And I'm delighted to get a few minutes to talk to you about some of my experiences with space. So I was the artist in residence at Blackrock Castle Observatory up until last October. And since then, there has been a new artist called Shane Sutton, who has some of his work here in Waterford. He does the Spacer. Have you seen the astronaut mural around Waterford? So that's his work. Spacer is his astronaut that he paints a lot on the walls. So he's part of Waterford Walls, and he got a prize from the European Space Agency and spent time in Milan and worked with them on their climate change initiative. So he's a fascinating guy. And my work is, I'm also an artist and a writer, and I'm also a scientist and an engineer, and I'm really interested in trying to get to space myself, just as an everyday, average human being. And I've been involved in many interesting missions, but the one I want to talk about today is one where I went and pretended to live on Mars at this facility called the Mars Desert Research Station. So where is the first one? Have you got the interior, the exterior one? So where's the exterior one? So Rob is going to just set it up for me. So can I ask you all to take a breath? Everyone just inhale and then exhale. Could you do that on the surface of Mars? Could you do that on the surface of Mars? No, you wouldn't actually. There's no oxygen, or there's very little oxygen on the surface of Mars. So you would need to suit up when you go to Mars. So I worked with a crew of 4 other people from all over the world, and we spent 15 days or sols as if we were living on Mars. So every time we went outside, we wore a space helmet. No, that's not that one. That's, yeah. No, just go back to the other one. That's great. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So every time we went outside, we had to suit up, basically. Is there a Tesco on Mars? No, there's no, actually, just in case you don't know, there's actually no Tesco on Mars. There may be a Centra, there's talk of a Spar, but right now there is no thing on Mars. And so we had to bring in our own food and our own water. So I'm just going to play this. How do I play this? Sorry, Rob, I use a Mac. I'm really, oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. So this is the exterior of the Mars Desert Research Facility. So we had this tunnel system that took us between buildings. So these were the only areas that we were allowed to go outside without wearing a suit, because it took like 40 minutes to put the suit on. And this is the walkway into the Science Dome where we conducted our experiments. And while we were there, we tried to 3D print bricks. We were actually trying to print 41 bricks, and we only ever printed 1.5 because that's science. And when you try to do something, you have great aspirations, but actually you have to test and you have to test. There's a girl with a hand up, and are you okay? That is not Mars. I would love to say I was at Mars. It's a facility, it's a research facility on Earth, but it's in an extreme environment. And it's a really good question. No, it's a really good question, thank you. And it was in the middle of the Utah desert. And so we behaved as if we were living on Mars to test different criteria.
Engineering.
So this is the exterior. This was the back door, basically, to the facility. And this is where I lived for 15 sols in the middle of the desert. And it was really extreme. So it was kind of like living in your garage. And every time you'd go outside, you had to take your shoes off because it was so dirty outside. So this was the downstairs part. There was a toilet, which was disgusting. It blocked for the first 3 days that I was there. I won't even tell you what we did for number 2s. It was disgusting. And with such limited water, you weren't allowed shower either. And you would suit up every time you would go outside. And we went outside because I was with geologists and astrophysicists, and they wanted to take samples of the outside. So we'd wear one of those Navy boiler suits, which are called flight suits, and we'd put that gear on. So that's like a helmet and a rucksack, which was a filter and a pump, really, to keep fresh air in your helmet when you wore it, because you'd be outside for like 4 or 5 minutes at a time. And then this was also where we lived. And I'll show you the upstairs place, because I love telling people about the everyday aspects of space and how difficult it would be as humans if we were to live off Earth in any shape or form. And the human side is always very, very difficult. So this was the upstairs. There's a printer there. And these little tiny rooms, they're called state rooms, which is very funny. And that's where we ate. And you'll see a ladder up the stairs. That was to our water, which we had to pump in every day. That's Idris over there. And he's sitting in the seated area where we would do our reports. And I'm going to go in now and show you where my bedroom was, which is, think of where your immersion heater is at home, and kind of multiply the distance by 2, and that's it. There's no windows, because you can't have windows on Mars, really. There are opportunities for leaks outside. So I brought in with me 4 tops and 2 pairs of trousers, and all the rest was computer equipment and vitamins. And I didn't miss anything. I found it really interesting. Within 3 or 4 days, I'd completely forgotten about life back on Earth. And we ate around the table every night. We had a routine that we would start the day, and we would try to kind of achieve something every day. This is what we ate, these tins of dried food. Anyone like to guess what that is? That's egg. Dried egg. It's really yummy. And that's that video. And so what I found was, I'm just going to I have another video to show you. Sorry, Rob, can you set it up for me? It's really weird. Once you go on a Mac, like everything, this one here, yeah, that's fine. And every time you go outside, it was terrifying, because It was really high up, and you would have to climb up these different areas here to take samples and review the area. And I am not good with heights, but you would kind of do your best. And you'll see the way I'm walking that it's kind of with a little bit of trepidation, because you really, once you have that rucksack on and that helmet on, you have no sense, all your senses are gone, and also it's so heavy your centre of gravity is off. These facilities are important because we know so little of living off Earth. The only place where people are living off Earth at the moment is on the International Space Station. But that's only 300 kilometres above. If we are to go to the moon, like what Niall said this morning, we really don't know how we're going to survive. And so these facilities give us an opportunity to understand that better. And an awful lot of what I do is I go to these places and I try to document them and kind of share a very kind of a human message of how difficult it is. That's Idris there, and we're having the crack. And it was really all about the people. That's what I found I loved most about it. And then the last video I want to show you is another adventure that I was on in trying to see if I could survive in zero gravity. Do you want to do it there, Rob, again? This is a zero gravity flight that I took, and this was in Moscow, in Star City. So if you are to go to space, you have to get used to living with the absence of gravity in your life. You're actually falling to Earth. So I got to do it, and it's called the Vomit Comet for a reason. You hold on to the bar in the first one. You don't have to hold on to it again, but I did. You don't have to, but I did, because I'm a safety girl. And you'll see people doing far more interesting things behind me. The reason it's called the Vomit Comet is it's the, again, I'm not in space. It's a special flight pattern that you take to feel what it's like to have the absence of gravity for like 40 seconds at a time. It's the flight pattern that makes it happen, and in order for you to get those 40 seconds of weightlessness, you have to experience twice the force of gravity either side of that, and it's extremely hard on your body. So as the flight was going on, more and more people were vomiting around me. And once you start to vomit, you get pushed to the front of the plane. This was the most difficult part. It was terrifying. Great fun. When I'm scared, I laugh, so I laughed maniacally here. The guy beside me in the pale suit to my left is from Hungary, and he actually won his place on that flight, the zero gravity flight. And you'll see very shortly, he'll take out of his pocket a clear plastic bag, which we were given two each, vomit bags, and that's because from that moment on he started vomiting beside me and didn't stop for the remainder of the flight. And that was the second manoeuvre, and we had 10 in total. So he got pushed to the front of the plane. I didn't vomit, and I think it's because I just relaxed all the way through. But as the flight was going on, more people were vomiting. And I'll leave you with a lovely, disgusting story, because it's worth talking about disgusting stories. One of the other people that was with me, he started vomiting kind of around the fourth or fifth manoeuvre, and so he was pushed to the front of the plane. And you're supposed to tie the bag after you throw up. So the next time around, he didn't tie the bag, so all the poor people that were beside him, who were also really unwell, all the contents of his bag flew out on top of them. Yeah, it was disgusting. So space is hard, space is human. It reminds us that we're made of flesh and bone, and we're actually really frail when we're taken outside of the circumstances that we have, which is gravity and oxygen and a Tesco and a Spar and a mobile phone and running water. So we take all these things for granted. So that's what I do at my work, and I'm always looking at new initiatives to try and spread the message of space from a kind of a human context. And I'm very conscious of time, because I want to bring on our next speaker, who's from Waterford Institute of Technology and works in the engineering department, and she'll be able to tell you a little bit more about some of the engineering courses that are taking place here. And her name is Mary Doyle-Kent, and she's done some really interesting stuff. She's worked with Ferrari. She was involved in rolling out of Ray-Ban sunglasses. So she's involved in manufacturing, engineering and design, and she wants to talk to us today about the importance of design and engineering in our everyday lives. So can we have another one of those massive round of applause, please, for Mary Doyle-Kent? Please come to the stage.
Thanks a million, Niamh, and I promise not to talk about vomit or Mars or any nice things like that. We're very down to earth in Waterford, aren't we? Okay, where are you from? Who's here from Waterford? Hands up. Have we anybody from Tipperary? Hands up. One person from Tipperary. Oh no, two from Tipperary. Wexford, have we a Wexford crew? Few in the front here, anybody else? Cork? Wexford up there, is it? Cork, excellent. And how about Kilkenny? Excellent. So we've a nice spread of people from all over the southeast. Okay, so started now. So the reason I say that is I'm wearing a nice bit of bling today. I don't know if you can see it all the way back there. I'm actually the chair of Engineers Ireland for the southeast region, and I have this honour. I'm representing, I suppose, quite a few engineers. Okay, there's 23 of us on the committee, and we have great fun organising events, not as big as this, but similar events in the southeast region. Engineers Ireland is a professional body of engineers, okay, in the whole of Ireland. And we've nearly 26,000 members at the moment. Think about it, 26,000 members. And the outreach arm, if you like, of the professional body is STEPS. So my presentation here is a presentation that I go around the southeast of Ireland giving in different schools. Okay, and it's just really a very, very basic. We've gone from space now to very, very basic, how to become an engineer in the southeast of Ireland. So, Mary Doyle-Kent is my name, and I'm a lecturer in Waterford Institute of Technology, okay, and I'm actually the program leader for manufacturing engineering. So what is manufacturing engineering? That's a great question. I'm often asked that question. Well, the way I describe it is, okay, mechanical engineers design the product, and manufacturing engineers design how you make it. So they organize factories, they look at automation, robotics, okay? They look at quality control and lots of cool things like that. So they're the nuts and bolts of how you actually manufacture the products. So how did I become an engineer? Well, I went to Loreto in Wexford. Up Wexford, okay? So I went to Loreto in Wexford last century. And I did we had no engineering subjects there. So my options for leaving cert were maths, physics, chemistry, and biology, nothing else. So I loved maths and physics, okay, and biology. So I chose those for my leaving cert. And I said to myself, I'm going to do something a little bit different with these subjects. I'm not going to go down the traditional route. I'm going to use my passion, okay, for engineering or passion for design and connect it to my engineering subjects. So one of the things I thought about coming from a very academic school was, how am I going to get hands-on experience in engineering? So I had two options. I had Trinity College or I had DIT, Dublin Institute of Technology. So I thought about it long and hard, and I decided, I want to know how to make stuff. I don't want to learn about it in a lecture theatre, but I want to be in a lab and a workshop making stuff. So I chose DIT, and I'm absolutely delighted that I did choose DIT, because I got an excellent, grounded, technical education in engineering from it. So my story, okay, as I said, I'm a manufacturing engineer, okay, and I'm a lecturer in WIT, not DIT. And before that, I actually worked in engineering for 10 years. I worked in industry. So what did I do? Well, I decided, let's not get a job in Ireland. Let's be a little bit more creative. Let's get outside of Ireland. So I started working in the automotive industry, okay, in the center of France. So picture this. At 22, I left Ireland. I went working in the middle of France. I was the only female engineer, and I was the only English-speaking engineer. So talk about, you know, being a trailblazer. At times, it felt very strange. It felt like a strange career choice, but it was definitely the best thing I ever did in my life. So it took me out of my comfort zone. So today, particularly the young women in the audience, I'm asking you to think about comfort zones. I'm asking you to think about the bigger picture. Don't necessarily go down the traditional route. If you like science, if you like maths, if you don't hate maths, okay, think about engineering as a possible career choice for you. It really did change my life. So the first thing I did as an engineer was working in a design office. I used to be part of a design team, okay, coming up with new window regulators. What are window regulators? Okay? Most of us here sit in a car every day, and when it gets hot, we lower the glass, okay? We lower the window, and when it gets cold, we raise the glass. So the mechanism in the car door that's attached to the button and attached to the window is your window regulator, okay? And for every new car that comes onto the market, you have a new door. And for every door, you have a new design of a window regulator. So I was very lucky that in France, okay, I was the only English-speaking person, so I got to travel across Europe speaking English and designing window regulators. After that, then, I decided to come home. And I was very lucky to get a job in Maynooth University designing Ferrari wheels. So back in the day, simulation, okay, and finite element analysis wasn't the normal thing that people did. So it was very early on in this technology, and I got to visit Ferrari and Audi, okay, and try out some of their cool cars. I moved a little bit closer to home then and started working as a new products engineer for Hasbro down the road, in the Cork Road here. And from that then, I went on to become the new products manager for Bosch & Lomb, Ray-Ban sunglasses. After that then, Cartamundi bought out Ray-Ban, and I was left unemployed, okay? So at that stage then, I thought, maybe, let's go into lecturing and see what happens. So what I want to get across to you today is, why did I become an engineer? What made me take that leap of faith and open up Pandora's box to all the wonderful, exciting things that in an engineering life can bring you to? Well, I chose engineering because I loved, with a passion, maths and physics, design, biology, and materials. I really do like to solve real-life problems. And there's lots of problems out there in the world now that we need to solve. And we need girls and boys to solve those problems. Why are we leaving all the design to the guys? Girls, if you want to have your say, you need to step up to the mark now and become engineers and change the world and give it a more female outlook. You become the design engineers and you make the changes that you want. I like to solve real-world problems, and I like to contribute to society. Being a good human being is very important to me. Helping people. And I'm going to give you one example. A couple of years ago, my friend's daughter with muscular dystrophy, which is a muscle degenerating condition, her mum came over to me and she said, "Mary, is there any chance you could get your students to design a little robot for my daughter so she could drink independently?" This young woman was 13 at the time, and she had never taken a sip of water independently in her life. And I'm very proud to say that 2 of my students stepped up to the mark and produced a very low-cost robot for under 200 euros with a gyroscopic end on it and a specially 3D printed cup. And now, Caoimhe, for the first time in her life, can drink independently. So real-world problems are where we're at. So we have lots of opportunities as professional engineers, and they're international opportunities, okay? It opens up opportunities all over the world. Engineering is not an easy profession. Engineering is challenging, and you have to work hard, both in college and when you get out of college. And every day there's a challenge there, and that's why often we refer to engineers as problem solvers. You're solving in the classroom, and you bring those skills with you out into the real world. So I think myself, what puts people off studying engineering is when they go in on the websites and they look at the courses and they think, I've no idea what electrical technology is. I can't even imagine what workshop 1 would entail. What is mechanical science? What is material science? So what I'm saying to you today is, don't worry about those words. First year, in WIT and other instituted technologies and colleges is about bringing you up to honours leaving cert level. We take you from scratch and we give you those skills year by year. A very important part of engineering is design. So what is design? First of all, you have to have a problem that you're trying to solve. Okay, so you define the problem. You have to then identify constraints and a solution and come up with the design specification. So what does the customer want in their design? Then what do? We get together and we brainstorm, come up with lots of different ideas, use engineering techniques to solve that problem. We select the most promising design. We make a prototype. Okay, you have Seam out here and with 3D, making 3D printing prototypes all the time. We test it. Okay, we iterate it, we improve that design, and then we launch it in manufacturing. So that's the basics, whether it's mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, or whatever the type of engineering it is. We use this design process to solve real-world problems. Engineering is everywhere in your community. It's everywhere. The bicycle that you're cycling, okay, the blackboard that your teacher, or the whiteboard that your teacher uses, and so on. Engineers are responsible for making lots of diverse products. Think about the bridge, those of you that travel from Wexford today, the Rose Kennedy Fitzgerald Bridge. That's a structural engineering feat. Think about your smartphone in your pocket. That's an electronic engineering masterpiece. So I was over in France on Erasmus with our WIT students a few months ago, and I was brought to this chocolate factory in Dijon, in Burgundy. And I was absolutely amazed to see all the different types of engineering jobs were in this chocolate factory. The actual assembly line, or the manufacturing line itself, think about it, was 2 kilometers long. Really amazing. So you never cease learning as an engineer. So routes to engineering, I would like to say that, you know, you can actually do an engineering course with 200 points. Once you pass your maths, you have a science subject, okay, and you get your leaving certificate. You're basically in the door. In WIT, we have 2 systems. We have our, what we call the ab initio honours degree, okay, about 300 points for most of the courses. You get in, you stay 4 years with us, and then you go out and you work as a professional engineer. We also have a very interesting ladder system. If you're not sure if you want to become an engineer or not, you can come into us at about 200 points, that's all you need in your leaving cert, and try it out. So basically you're coming in for 2 years, adding on an additional year, and adding on a 4th year. So you can do it in bites. We call that the ladder system. So what does WIT offer? Why are we absolutely fantastic? Why do our students love? We have some students here, isn't that right, Gary? We have some students here. Why do our students love WIT? Well, we have small class sizes. Your name, one of my students said to me, you're actually a name, you're a person in WIT. We really do care, and we care about the Southeast. And we actually have queues of different companies looking for our graduates. You are headhunted from WIT. We have a community of staff and students. We work together, we're a team. Local industry are involved in our courses. They give us projects, they work with us. You go out on internship. We're very connected to local companies. We have 100% employment from our courses. Think about it. You will never be unemployed as an engineer if you come and study with us in WIT. And we also have free maths grinds. For those of you that are not sure of your maths, we have free maths grinds for your life, for life in WIT. It's called the Maths Learning Centre. And for the girls in the audience, we have ladies' coffee mornings. So the School of Engineering runs quite interesting ladies' coffee mornings. So we have a very active student engineering society. And every year we go on an international trip. This year we went to Munich, and we went inside into 2 BMW factories and a MAN truck factory. Last year we went to Bratislava, and we went in to see some of the VW Golfs being manufactured. Previous to that, we were in Hamburg in Airbus. I couldn't get any photos inside that. Wolfsburg up at the top. So we're constantly not just keeping you in the classroom, but we're getting you out and about to show you the greatest and the best things of an engineering life. So here's just some photos from the women in engineering in WIT. Those of you that are on Facebook, we have loads of Facebook pages, but the one that I'm involved in is Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering at Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, EngTechWit. And also we have a Twitter account, EngTechWit. So do look us up. We run every year we run a Women in Tech event. It didn't run this year, but we've been running it for a number of years. And also we have a Try Engineering Technology for 5th year and 6th year students in January. And through STEPS, okay, which is the Engineers Ireland Outreach Programme, we run an Engineering Your Future. We take on 60 students from TY every May. And here we have some of the students making arches, making electronic devices using Arduinos, 3D printing components, and so on. So it's usually booked out in December, so keep an eye out for that. So lastly, I'd just like to say to you, I'm challenging you to think about engineering in a different way. Engineering is a career that will bring you all over the world if you want to travel. But on the other side of the coin, it will keep you in the Southeast region because you will be headhunted with your degree in Waterford Institute of Technology or any other institute around Ireland. But the message we're getting from local employers is we want local kids going to local schools, going to a local college, getting local skills to work in our industry. And they want to keep you engaged in their companies for life. So think about engineering as a nicely paid, career that you can bring anywhere with you. And we'd love to welcome you into WIT. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. Doyle-Kent, excellent. Thank you very much. So there you go, the local story. So we're going to take a break for lunch now. I see people have already read my mind. 12:50, come back here. Please hang around in the area. Go talk to people at CalMast, the Drone Racing Society, the 3D printing section, and the Advanced Robotics Unit in WIT. Come talk to anyone about Engineers Week or space careers. And that's it. See you back here for the Q&A where you can win a telescope and a mission patch signed by Dan Tanney, astronaut from NASA.
Just a reminder to any teachers that we have here, if you could meet Stephanie up there at the top of the stairs giving you a big wave. And I'm pretty sure we have a bit of grub up there for you too, some tea and coffees, right? There's some free sandwiches, what else do you need?
I do. I want to make an announcement to Owen Gill. Everybody, I want you back here. Come on back. We're going to have our Q&A session, which is only 30 minutes long, so we don't have long, and then you're going to be gone to go back to school. That's not my fault. Don't blame me. I didn't make up the timetable. So everybody come back to your seats, including all the speakers that are up there having your lunch. You need to come back as well. Owen, would you tell the speakers upstairs to come back from their lunch? Thank you very much. That's Mr. Owen Gill, please. Round of applause for Mr. Owen Gill. Thank you. Wow, you're a really great audience. I love you. I'm not going, you're not actually leaving here. I'm just keeping you here for the rest of the day. Everybody take your seats. Thank you so much. So, have you enjoyed the morning so far? Yes. Thank you. Oh, I have to say, I really loved getting to know you guys from Waterford. You're the best. You're an amazing audience. So this is very short. So this is what's going to happen. We have an opportunity to ask our panel of 4 some questions. We need to set up some extra chairs, actually, for that. And you can ask them anything. And then they go and think about what question they thought was the best. I'm not involved. I don't want to get involved because, you know, I just don't want to take that responsibility. And they will decide, and then that'll be it. And then they'll announce it. And the person who asked the best question gets this mission patch, which is signed by Dan Tanney, and who is an astronaut from NASA, and he was on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station. And he has connections with Cork, so he's always around Ireland, actually, so keep an eye out. He regularly gives talks at Blackrock Castle Observatory. He gives an awful lot back to the community because he's actually married to a woman from West Cork. That's why he's so good. And so every time there is a mission of people that go to space, there's always a patch designed, and it encapsulates the ethos of what that mission's about. And it's designed by a graphic designer, and usually it has the names of the people involved in the mission around it. And normally they're circular, but sometimes they can be kind of odd shapes. So every time there's been a human mission, there has been a mission patch. So some of them we'd know better than others. Like a lot of people know the Apollo 11 one had the eagle, and that was because the eagle has landed, and the eagle was the name of the lander that actually went on to the moon. And I'm waffling now, really, because I'm using my voice to try and bring people in. Is this it? Has everybody gone? Have schools gone? Oh, that's why. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we're going to get our 4. Well, they're lost because they're not going to get the telescope. It means your chances of getting a telescope are up. So the people in the back, do you want to come more forward? Because we're going to be asking questions. So does the school with the purple tops, will you come down? Thank you, guys. The purple top schools. So can I have our speakers coming back, please? And we'll get going. They seem to be ensconced in conversation up there. Brilliant. Owen, did you tell them? You did. What's the story? Great. Lovely. Thank you. And Mary, is Mary coming? She is. And John? They're on their way. Brilliant. Okay, cool. All right, lovely. So look, your chances have raised significantly that you're going to win a telescope. So how many schools are here? So we have the purple top school, and then we have the school of people who don't have to wear a uniform, which I'm very jealous. And then we have the grey topped school. So that's 3 schools. Is that right? Is there any other schools? And you guys, you're TY as well. So that's 4 schools. 4 schools. We have 4 schools. So you have a 1 in 4 chance. And randomers, we've randomers as well. So we have 1 in 5 chance of winning the telescope. That's not bad compared to like a 1 in 8 chance. So there's 2 seats, and we have to bring up 2 more seats. She's right beside you. She's right beside you. Oh, there's 4. Oh, we got 4 fancies, and we got 2 more fancies. It's okay. It's okay. We got 2 more fancies. Thank you so much. And as I said, it's Engineers Week, and Engineers Week is about celebrating engineering. And we have Michelle down the back from Engineers Ireland. Do you want to stand up, Michelle? So Michelle works in Clyde Road, and she works for Engineers Ireland. And so if you are to become an engineer, there is a special student rate for your first year of graduating. And the facilities there are fantastic, and you get great reductions on your insurance. I'm with Engineers Ireland, that's why I know it. Your car insurance, your life insurance, there's a credit card, there's all sorts of benefits, and there's regular regional meetings. And of course, Mary is the local president of this region. And every year, it's an annual thing, I think it's an annual rotation of presidents in different regions. Yeah. And so you can do that. Now, not only that, for the ladies in the room, do you know that it's International Women's Day this Sunday? Hands up, people who know that it's International Women's Day. Oh, fantastic, brilliant. So all over the world, and I'm glad to see some gentlemen putting their hands up as well. So all over the world, we are celebrating equality. It really is about equality. And this year's tagline is Each for Equal. And it's about that if we all make a concerted effort to see the world in terms that there are all different kinds of people in the world interested in all different kinds of things, that collectively we can create a more diverse and equal society. Can I stop waffling now? I've stopped waffling. Rob's got to say something.
So just to kick one, guys, so to keep these events going and to make sure that you're getting the most out of them every time we come back, we want to hear back from you and what you think, and it helps inform how we run these shows going forward. So you're going to see these evaluation forms passing around. We just want you to tick a few boxes, tell us what you think, leave us a few thoughts, and that'll help us. But it's really important that we get those from you. So you'll see them going around on clipboards now. We just really appreciate you putting the effort in. And if you do, then you're eligible to win the big old telescope we see down here. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Rob. And actually, a round of applause for Rob and Owen today, and Danielle, who've done a lot of the background work in pulling this together. Thank you, Owen. Always at hand, and Rob as well. All right, let's kick it off. And maybe I'll go into the audience, and I'll bring my microphone here. And so we have, just to remind you, we have Stephanie O'Neill here from Science Foundation Ireland, and also the manager of ESERO Ireland, which is the Education and Resource Office of ESA, the European Space Agency. Beside her, we have John O Donoghue from NBio, who was telling us about the solar orbiter mission that he's involved in. Beside him, we have Mary Doyle-Kent, who's a lecturer at Waterford Institute of Technology and also involved in Engineers Ireland for the region. And then we have Dr. Niall Smith, who started out, who gave us a whole insight into all the different types of careers that you can have now because of the generation that you're involved in. Okay, so we're going to do questions for about 20 minutes, and you then have to select. I'm not getting involved. The four of you have to pick. I'm not getting involved. I refuse to get involved. So does anyone have a question? And I'll go rush here. I'll go to the front.
What would be the life expectancy for the different types of satellites? And also, is there anywhere that a satellite could not access?
Ooh, did you get that?
Yep.
Niall?
Will I start? What was the question again? No. So first of all, the life expectancy. Interestingly, we're kind of moving into an era when the life expectancy of a satellite is being shortened. So technology is moving so quickly that the kind of the thinking now is you do one of two things. One, you deorbit the satellite, so you burn it up. Not the smartest thing to do. Or secondly, you make it so that you can swap out different bits and pieces to it and upgrade it. And actually, there's a couple of companies working on that at the moment. To really do that, you have to use satellites that are in low Earth orbit. But since since a lot of the satellite activity is moving into low Earth orbit, there's companies looking at that. The third part of that, by the way, for those of you who are interested in computing, satellites are being very much more designed around being reprogrammable. So you upgrade the software, you upgrade the operating system or whatever, you repurpose them. So they might do one thing one day and something else the next day. In terms of accessibility, John might have some thoughts on that. I mean, you've seen about extreme accessibilities. I guess one of the comments just comes to mind for me is space is very large, so accessibility in a sense becomes an issue if your time to destination becomes more than a certain period of time. Funding agencies become very uninterested in actually funding those missions. So there really needs to be some sort of reasonable return, scientifically or otherwise, within maybe 10 years, possibly less. And that's related to speeds. But maybe John might make a comment just about in terms of getting closer to objects that are either very hot or potentially very cold.
Yeah, so I suppose the only place that you can't go if you had the money and the time, is very close to a very hot star. So, or something that's happening in a, in a region of the universe where you've got a lot of debris. So you can't, you've got that, is it the Kuiper belt that they have where you have all the rock and the whole lot floating around, so you won't put a craft in there, not because you can't, but it won't survive. But the biggest issue, I suppose, is temperature. If they went closer with the solar orbiter to the sun, it'll burn up. It'll actually, when the little windows open up for the scientific instruments to look at the sun, the instruments melt, the lenses melt. So they can't go much closer. Though there is the solar probe that the Americans put up last summer, and it can go much closer, but it doesn't have any lenses on it, and the front heat shield on that just keeps burning off the closer it gets to the sun, and eventually I think that's going to crash into the sun. But that's not really a satellite, that's more of a spacecraft. I was just reading this morning that the Voyager mission, it's gone way out past the solar system, and it's continuing to move further and further away from Earth, and it had some sort of a glitch, and they were actually able to fix it on Earth, even though it's heavily approaching us at this stage.
And what year did that launch? 1976? Yeah, 76.
Yeah, it might have been even earlier. 76, the Viking landed, I remember they were saying it. So it's around that. So that's been going for a long time. The two, by far, two farthest objects so far. They will be overtaken by a faster object, actually, but they're definitely in the middle of nowhere. And for those of you who like to keep up with contemporary music, like the Electric Light Orchestra, okay, you've never heard of them, but they actually have a song about the Voyager spacecraft, and you could look that up later.
That's so out of date.
Showing my age.
So out of date.
Is the reverse of that true then, John? If you can't go too near the sun, but do we also need light from the sun for the solar panels for powering them?
Yes. So the solar orbiter will last for 8 years, taking data in about the sun. And then even the solar panels on it won't generate enough power for it to do another orbit. I think it orbits close to the sun every 6 months over that 8 years, and I think they get close enough on 22 separate occasions to take really good imagery, but then it runs out of fuel. And they're either going to crash it into Venus, or they're going to crash it into the sun, or they're going to do like what they've done with Voyager, just send it way out into space and let it do its own thing, and just whatever it can send back, it sends back. But I think Niall put his finger on it. There comes a point when it's too costly, right? So it's not just the conditions that it sees, or it's not the technology, it's the cost. Like, who wants to look at way out far in space if it's going to cost a lot? I'm not interested in what's going on in North Africa at the moment. I'm much more interested in what's going on close to Dungarvan. So the same thing occurs in space. You're more interested in what's happening pretty close to Earth, as opposed to, what's out beyond the solar system. That becomes a curiosity rather than a necessity. So.
Okay, right. So I want to get through as many questions as possible. So I love that, but can you keep your answers just a little bit shorter, because we've a lot of people and they want to win a telescope. So see you there in the second row.
Hi, this is kind of a long question, but yeah, it's a relatively small answer. So with the development of new materials, especially within spacecraft, whether it be for running currents or for actually like coding spaceships, we have like new development of 2D materials for like obviously not used in this concept, but like graphite being an example. And so do you think, even though we can't build transistors into 2D materials at this current moment in time due to like electronic currents not being able to run dependently in them, do you think they could be used as coating materials due to their size, or maybe bilayered 2D materials due to their durability and lightness? Do you think that they would be more useful than, for example, using like stripping metal and oxidizing it? Do you think that that will be a future development in our years or in like years to come? Thanks.
John, I think you should hire her.
I'm stumped by the knowledge behind that question. I'm not sure if I have the same knowledge to answer it. It's one of the things that we're currently working on, is putting graphite down on surfaces. My son is actually doing his master's on exactly that, putting graphite on nitinol stents. But if you can put it on a stent, you can put it on any metal surface. And it was one of the original surfaces that we presented to the European Space Agency. It's very emissive, but it wasn't black enough to do what we needed to do. So, yeah, you're onto something. I'll say no more.
Very good. Okay, next question. I'm going to take a gentleman because I've had two girls so far. So, yeah, yes, you there with the navy coat and the lovely lemon complementary colour. It's very fetching.
Thanks for that. This one's for John. Because metals are they're discovering even more malleable metals, do you think it'd be possible to make a suit out of the material you've made for the spacecrafts to allow people to get closer to the sun?
Yes, particularly if it's a mesh, that is flexible enough. In actual fact, I need to get back. Some group from a fashion house contacted us to see could they use our material in the fashion industry. So, yeah. And like one of the people that connected with me on LinkedIn was one of the experts on the the astronauts' suits and the way the helmets and all connect. But yes, so like there is an obvious, I suppose, connection. And I was just saying to the girls that come up to talk to me earlier, they were like that. The connection between everything becomes obvious in space. Between textiles, between fashion, between biology, physics, astronomy, the whole lot, they all connect in space because you have to create a whole new environment for people to live in when we go to manned missions. So all those things become possible. Yes, and like I will connect with that fashion house when I get the chance. So, good question.
Okay, someone from this school here. Yes, you. Yeah.
Can I ask a question to the two women? The three. Have you ever faced inequality and wanted to give up on your dreams?
Great question. Brilliant question. Woo!
Excellent question. I can't say as a woman that's the reason for inequality. I think we're all faced with challenges all the time, every day. And life doesn't always go the way that we plan it. But I think, giving you an honest answer, no. I've worked in industry for 10 years, and I always felt being a woman was an advantage. Because, and I'll explain why, a female engineer is nearly a rarity, to be honest, And somebody working in engineering, a female engineer, it can be quite unusual depending on the discipline. We bring a lot of extra talents. We bring patience, we bring good communication skills, organisation, determination. So I would say any woman, that earns her degree, she has absolutely gone through a process of realising that she's as good as any other guy in her class. And by the time you get out into the working world, I think your extra talents bring you through any situation that'll come your way. I don't think working as an engineer is an easy thing, but it's certainly an extremely rewarding career. Does that answer your question?
Brilliant. Do you have anything to say, Stephanie?
I not overtly, I would say, but I work in the education and public engagement side of STEM, which probably there are a lot more women working in. I do think that women have to work harder, and I do think that logistically around careers, sometimes it is a little bit easier for men when we, in my experience, I will say, women who have children will say have to consider family matters that perhaps men who have children don't have to consider or may not have to consider. But that very much, I suppose, depends on the family dynamic and what your family situation is. I don't know if that answers your question either.
Thanks,
but
Stephanie.
I've never actually experienced, a man getting promoted over a woman for non-genuine reasons.
Great. I want to make sure every school gets a question. So the grey topped school, I'm going to ask you.
So all day today we've been hearing about space and the more technical side of engineering, but as somebody who's interested in biology and studying anatomy and that kind of stuff, how often would something like biological, biomedical or engineering overlap with something like space?
So yeah, another really good question. So I guess there's a couple of things where there is a change in the way that one would answer that question. So when we originally went to the moon, it was very short term. So in a way, the biologist was the biology, and you just took whatever came your way. Since we've had the International Space Station, we've now had to figure out how to work in effectively zero G or close to zero G for longer periods of time. And we're certainly seeing physiological changes in that, but we're also seeing psychological changes in individuals. The next phase now, but when you go to the International Space Station, there's a way to get back to the Earth, at least in principle. There's a Soyuz spacecraft on standby, maybe not exactly on standby, which can get you off there in some period of time, which is a couple of weeks. But now we're talking about going to the moon and then on to Mars. So this fundamentally changes the issues that you've brought in. So things like, for example, a simple common cold, we don't have to go to anything that, like the coronavirus thing, becomes a real problem for a small number of people very far away with no hope of having proper hospital care and so forth. So how we deal with microorganisms, how we deal with biological organisms of all scales really changes. So we need, you mentioned the technology side of things, so space now really needs, especially if we're going to Mars, where it's 6 months in what will be a very confined space, no matter what way you look at it. It's going to be small. It may be very expensive, but it's going to be small. So there's a question about how people will get on with each other, how if somebody has some condition or there's some bug. We've seen microorganisms that exist on the outside of the International Space Station, for example. I mean, how does that work? So we're learning about the DNA and the ability of certain organisms to replicate in conditions we would never have imagined before. Mostly this doesn't affect you and me, but going to Mars, it really makes a big difference. Going to the moon, it really makes a big difference. And just as a final comment, because I think there's so much more one could say on this, the critical thing we found is if people start to die, the appetite for continuing to fund this type of frontier activity plummets. So it actually is really important, not just because it's important, of course, people are the most important thing, but there's an additional implication which goes way beyond, if you like, the health and safety of one or two individuals. Entire industries collapse if you don't deal with this. If you're gone for 3 days, chance of a bug or a week of developing is modest. If you're gone for a couple of years, like to Mars, that's plenty of time, unfortunately, for really bad stuff to happen. So so if you're interested in that, I would say it's a really interesting time.
Yeah.
And Niall, maybe you remember the more detail, because I can't remember the detail. Remember when we were in Athlone doing a similar event? One of the speakers there was doing a really interesting study on the head tilt.
Bed study, yeah. The bed study.
The bed study for astronauts. What was her name?
So
Aoife Kelly up in Athlone Institute of Technology.
Right. And so the bed studies take place in partnership with the German aerospace agency DLR and the Astronaut Centre, and their rest studies where physically things change when we don't use our muscles, so we try to simulate it as best as we can. And the really interesting thing about Athlone IT's work is that they are relating those bed studies to diabetes and other congenital diseases that happen here on Earth. So there's always applications to living in extreme environments and bringing it back down to Earth.
Niamh, can I just address that question
please,
as well?
John,
As I said earlier, I'm a biomedical engineer, so I'm very interested in the interface between medicine and engineering. I have another business that's based in California, with a branch of it in Clonmel. And what we do is we nebulize biologics. So your blood is a biologic. Proteins in your body, every protein in your body is a biologic. So we can nebulize biologics through a cold atmospheric plasma field. Now that is a sort of a room temperature controlled lighting between two electrodes. and we can put down coatings on tissue and on substrates. So we can take your own blood and put it down as a coating on a wound or a burn, and it's done with a tool about the same size as the microphone. So I'm talking to the European Space Agency about that next week, because the whole thing about being able to, there is no hospital in space. Astronauts have to be able to bring their own cures with them, be able to operate on one another if the need arises, to deal with skin conditions, deal with wounds and injuries that happen in space. So we can put down pharmaceutical drugs and biologics using this technology.
Thanks, John. There you go. There's your career right there. Human performance in space is the topic that you're looking for. So somebody from the purple jumpered area. Yes, you.
Hi. Do you feel that there could be a sort of like hard limit on how much a society can focus on like space and engineering before it starts to sort of impede the rest of its activities?
Interesting.
Well, I've been handed the poison chalice. So one of the issues actually, just in relation, because it's a really good question, a similar question has been asked, and then I'll just give a kind of a personal view to do with healthcare. And one of the issues we're starting to see is the amount of money that countries in what would have been previously called developed countries are spending on healthcare is starting to become unsustainable. So it's one of the reasons why, rather than fix things which are broken, we have to live more healthily, let's say. So in terms of space, absolutely, there becomes a moment in which the return, if you look at the moment, the way the world economy works, companies who, this is a general comment, companies who get involved in space, some go bust, but that's true in every domain. But if you're a company that's involved in space, for example, the European Space Agency, in general, there's a 7-to-1 return is the number that's often quoted. So that feeds back into developing economies, that feeds back into building other businesses and so forth. So in a way, at the moment, space builds money, builds economies, or helps to do that at the moment. So we're a long way, just as a final comment, because there's so much one could say, but one of our colleagues at Blackrock Castle makes the comment that when we spend money on space, it doesn't mean, I know you didn't say this, but it doesn't mean we put a bunch of money into a spacecraft and fire it off into space and burn it up. That pays for people's careers, it pays for their family education, and so on and so forth. So space is still at the moment a way of recycling. Clearly, if there was an imbalance so that you didn't take care of the other sectors, it would be an issue. But it's no more specific to space than it is to any domain. So space isn't just a waste of money. Even the people, by the way, who do astronomy or something and learn about the universe around us, to some extent it's like artists. You could argue on a fundamental level what is their monetary value to society. But thankfully, at the moment, we're able to live in a society where monetary value isn't the only thing, and we need to protect that, so it's not the only thing that defines our societies. I don't know if anybody else, by the way, wants to...
Maybe just to add, like that, you all have a mobile phone, and it doesn't work without space. Your GPS doesn't work without space. A lot of what Niall spoke about earlier in terms of the sustainability and looking at what's happening on this planet, we can't see it without going into space. So it's not like people have this idea that space is about exploration. In actual fact, space is about looking at what we do ourselves and how we work and how we communicate. So money will be spent on that, no different than on the surface of the planet. They'll use space in order to make money as long as there's room for that to happen.
Okay, I'm conscious of time. I'm just going to get here because you're not from a school, so I think I've got every school covered. I think this is time for one last question.
Could terraforming be a viable option for making places like Mars and the Moon more livable for humans?
Okay. Terraforming.
Can I make a comment on that? Actually, just because this is an area that I'm particularly really interested in.
Brilliant.
And myself and a colleague who actually knows about this stuff have published some papers on it. So terraforming is where you change the environmental conditions on a planet, for example, so that it suits human biologics or human-based or DNA-based life forms as we have them at the moment. There's also an interesting other angle you can look at, and by the way, so terraforming is a possibility. You can do them. You can run the numbers. If you give it enough time, you can terraform planets up to a point. But there's a couple of things you have to be a little bit careful of. For example, the reason why Mars is now effectively a dead planet is that it's about a third the size of the Earth, so its gravity is a little bit less actually, because it's a volume thing, a mass thing, which is related to the volume. So it's a little bit less than a third of the Earth's gravity, which means the atmosphere for Mars leaks away. I mean, we don't often think about this, but the reason why our atmosphere sticks to the planet is because we just have about enough gravity to hold it here. If you're Mars, you don't. If you lose your atmosphere, unlike the problem we have on our planet, you go cold, so you freeze. So Mars in the early days would have looked a bit like the Earth does now, with the exception maybe of lots of people wandering around, but it's then got very cold. So if you want to terraform the likes of Mars by reintroducing it, you're always going to be fighting, if you like, where the planet's equilibrium position is. So you need to take that into account. However, and here's the final comment, you can also then do a thing called bioforming. And in bioforming, you generate microorganisms, whole new classes of microorganisms who are specifically designed. There are some limitations. For example, if all life forms require liquid water, so if you're living in a state which is permanently frozen, then your life form will be permanently in stasis. But if you use bioforming, you can actually do really interesting things. Like, for example, you could put one on the planet Venus, which is a bit like our Earth, but just happens to be very hot, which then would absorb the carbon dioxide. This is not sci-fi, although it's not going to happen today or tomorrow. But these microorganisms absorb the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases because you've bioformed them to do so. That reduces the temperature, and you continue to do that until eventually Venus becomes habitable. You can run the numbers, and actually you can bioform a planet about 1,000 times faster than you can terraform a planet. So there's some really interesting science going on around this. It's a bit theoretical at the moment, but it's theory based upon what we know about genetics and genomics, which I don't, and then what we know about planetary formation and spacecraft, of which I know a small bit, at least the latter bit. So I think it's a really good question, and it's terraforming and bioforming. Watch this space.
And watch this space, indeed. We have run out of time. I'm so sorry, but I've had representation from every school in the question. So you four now, I know Stephanie, she's great. Yes, please. Oh, there was a question from the school that had to leave. There was a question from the school that had to leave. Does anyone have it? Danielle, do you have it? Let's get it. And after we hear this question, what's going to happen is we're going to ask our four panelists to deliberate.
And sorry, just in case people thought I was being very rude on my phone, note. I wasn't. I was just taking a note of the question.
She's very good like that. She's very reliable like that, Stephanie. She's brilliant. Have you got your hand up? Yes, do you want to ask a question? Very quickly, while we're trying to hunt that one out. Wait, I gotta, wait. Does anyone mind that we're going to stay an extra 5 minutes because of this girl in the blue uniform? It's all your fault. But you are the only person wearing the blue uniform, so you do have a right to ask a question.
Do you know the satellites that the ESA retrieve? Are they the past satellites from the ESA or from other countries? And what happens to the satellites when they come back down to Earth, like the technology?
I'm glad I asked. That's a great question. Go EFA! Go EFA! Go EFA! Ooh, ooh.
So if I understood the question was about retrieving satellites that are defunct and so on, the European Space Agency's efforts to remove debris, let's say, from orbit. Yeah, so just as a general thing, once you put a satellite up into space, actually technically no country owns it. So we talk about American satellites and Russian satellites and so on. The strict vague rules are whatever country it's over owns it at that moment in time. Now that said, if you shot down an American launched satellite over your territory, they probably wouldn't be happy about it. So at the moment, it's all, the issue is this: there is a real need for space lawyers to figure out who owns what in space. So if, for example, you send up a satellite and you can see that there's a piece of debris from some other jurisdiction's country coming towards you, do you have the right to intercept that, for example, to save your satellite and so on? Now you might say, yes, you do. Somebody else might say, no, you don't. There's no actual space law that decides who can do what at the moment. Up till now, it really didn't matter. There was so little stuff up in space that it didn't matter too much. But if you look at it, there's about something of the order of 6,000 pieces of debris about the size of your fist or larger in space. SpaceX are planning to launch at least 12,500 fully fledged satellites within 5 years. But there's plans of the order of 50,000 satellites by 2030. Now, they may not all get... So we're moving into a whole other era where the amount of stuff floating around. So your question is really good because it's really important. We haven't had to worry about it up till now, but now we need to start to worry about it. So if you're interested in law, we need people who are interested in space law, because space law is going to become way more important now. Back to John's comment about the importance of some of the satellites in your daily lives. Well, if those satellites start to become threatened, they affect your daily lives. So we need to, because that's what law does, it kind of protects us from each other in some sense and defines boundaries. We're going to need to do that in space now, seriously going to need to do that in space.
Can I just add one thing? The European Space Agency have what they call rules around design for demise. In other words, when something is dying or demising, you have to have designed for that at the start. So it's going to become really big, and it should really apply. Again, it's like the thing trickling down from, space is sort of the top of the pile. It should trickle down to everything we do. And if you ever become engineers or designers, you should design everything such that it can be retrieved for something else.
Yeah.
It should never go into the ground.
No.
And can I just add a little bit to that? Exactly what you're saying, John, that part of the modern or the current engineering education is life cycle analysis. And it doesn't matter whether you're designing, buildings, or whether you're designing bridges, or whether you're designing electronic devices or medical devices or robotics. The end of life of any product is as important as how you make it, or the materials that you make it from, or how, what manufacturing processes that you use. So we think about design for engineering in terms of the life cycle analysis of the actual product.
Thank you. I'm going to just call out this. There's a couple of questions, but some of them have already been kind of covered. So I'm going to ask this question, and this is the last one. So what are the best programs available to secondary school students to experience astronomy and or engineering? I think that's a great question. And that's from Juliana.
I'll start off. Engineering and WIT is probably the best place to study engineering. Don't you agree, everybody? Yeah. So just telling you,
bit biased, Mary.
Once again, we have mechanical engineering, manufacturing engineering, electrical engineering, electronic engineering, sustainable energy engineering, automation engineering, to name but a few, medical device engineering now. So I recommend coming to WIT to experience engineering. So I'm handing it over now for space science.
Space and that and astronomy. How can we best support secondary schools in terms of astronomy and or engineering?
Okay, so just very briefly, as a slightly facetious point, but coming from another Institute of Technology, I really should say something, but I'll just leave it there. Okay, because I agree. WIT, super. But secondly, so first of all, the Irish education system is super. That I think is one thing that should be kept in mind. So you're talking about different level. You're not talking about massively different levels. I think that's really important. We have a really good third level education system. So if it's astronomy based, the universities do more of the astronomy-based type of materials in terms of the course. But here's the thing that I think is really important. We just need people who are good at lots of different disciplines. Yeah. So do a discipline that you're good at, and then you may apply that and you may become an astronomer, or you may become a space. Actually, the number of people who get into space-related or a little bit less with astronomy, that's changing, that started out going to do purely space course is very small. You're either a good engineer, it's like a plumber. If you're going to be a plumber, you need to be able to plumb. So if your contribution to the thing is as a physicist, then you just need to be good at that. And then, so I actually don't think there's a problem here. Yeah. I think just do a good course that you want to do, and look, we can all let on. And I mean this in the nicest way. Of course, there's a bit of co-opetition and all that, but really the Irish third level system and the second level that I'm not having to. It's really very good. I wouldn't be massively worried about where I went. I would just do what I really wanted to do.
I just add to that as well, as in addition to whatever course you choose, I would really strongly advise get involved in extracurricular informal learning and really develop those skills that I mentioned during my presentation. That's what employers are going to be looking for. People who can think, people who can ask questions, people who can problem solve. Niall has mentioned it a few times, people who can work with other people and get on with other people, people who can communicate. They're all the skills that really will enhance you. We can all learn knowledge, but it's those softer skills that really need to be developed.
Brilliant. Okay, now the four of you, you have about 90 seconds to decide what is the best question that you heard. And while that's going on, I have a few announcements. So please just stay with me. Don't. I know we've gone a little bit over, but just hang with me. So the first thing I want to do is I want to just there's a few thanks I want to give while you're waiting, and also there's an announcement there. O Neill, the gentleman that's walking around Calmast right now. Oh, he's turned his head. He's walking around. Oh, and you give this. You come up here and you give this announcement. Don't just text it to me. Come up here, because Owen is from Calmast and very heavily involved in making today happen with his partner Sheila. And I refuse for people not to get thanked. So he sent me a text and I went, no, you're going to tell us. Tell us, what are you doing this weekend? What's happening?
Well, Niamh, one of the things that can really help you understand science a lot more is to understand the history of science, understand where science has come from. And Talking History is a program on Sunday evenings on News Talk Radio. You can all get it. And this Sunday is International Women's Day, and so we're doing a special on a woman, a really remarkable woman from the 17th century called Lady Ranelagh, who was actually born in Waterford in Lismore Castle. And she was a brother of Robert Boyle, one of the world's most famous scientists, but she was a great scientist in her own right, and her story really isn't known. So we have experts from around the world going to be phoning in and discussing Lady Ranelagh. So you'll hear a remarkable story about a remarkable woman from Irish history if you listen in. Thank you. In the evening. I think it's 6 o'clock. No, it must be 7 because I was told to be there for 6:30.
Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you very much. And round of applause, please, to Owen Gill and Sheila and all the team from Calmast who were instrumental in making today happen. So while they do that, why don't I just do the thank you so that when you hear who's won, you can all just get up and go back to school, because I know that's what you really want to do. I know that's what you want to do. So these things don't just happen. There's a lot of people who talk about bringing these events together for months and months and months in advance. So firstly, it's funded by ESERO Ireland, where Stephanie is the manager, and their job is to promote space to people like yourselves who are considering a career in space, and also they work with teachers in trying to find ways to bring science or space into the science curriculum. And working closely with them is Blackrock Castle Observatory. So you saw Rob come up here, and Danielle has been filming us, and Claire is there down the back. You met her when you came in the door, and Niall. They're all from Blackrock Castle. So they asked me to come today, and I feel part of their family anyway because I was their artist in residence. But you're not allowed. Once you're in Blackrock Castle, you never leave, right? So let's have a round of applause, please, for Calmast, WIT, for Blackrock Castle Observatory, and for Owen over here to the side, and everybody else involved. So we've had a fantastic lineup of speakers today, so let's give them a thanks. We had Stephanie, we had John O Donoghue, we had Niall Smith, and we had Mary Doyle-Kent. So thank you very much for all of your amazing contributions. And I think I've waffled on enough because I think you have an answer. Have you an answer? You have an answer? So let's do it officially. Oh, right, you want to talk to me? You want to? Wait, I have to go. Wait a second. Since Stephanie is a manager of ESERO Ireland, yeah, they were actually. They're a fantastic audience. Because Stephanie is manager of ESERO Ireland and they're funding this mission, or this day, she should be the one that mentions it. And yes, can I just say, we do this a lot. We've been doing the space careers a lot. And I have to say, you are the coolest crowd that I've had to MC, and you made my job really easy today. So can I get a massive round of applause from you? So thank you so much for making my job easy. Stephanie.
And also, thanks to Niamh for doing such a great job emceeing us today. And you'll see Niamh throughout the year. She gets involved in various STEM weeks, Science Week, Technology Week, Engineers Week. She's a wannabe astronaut. I don't know how she's going to do it, but I'm actually beginning to believe now that she will do it. So sincere thanks to you all for coming. I hope you benefited from the day. I hope you have some takeaway messages. Please fill out the feedback to us. We invest highly in these events, and we want to get it right. We want to make sure that it's the best possible day for students like you throughout the country. So if there's any suggestions for how we can do it better, please tell us, and I genuinely mean that. So thanks very much for coming out. And the winner of the telescope for this school is, I didn't get the name, but it's the girl at the back who asked us about biology and the relevance of biology and biotechnology. And safe home, everybody.
Well done. Thanks for staying with us. Keep in touch. You know all these people's email addresses. Stalk them. Ask them questions for the rest of your life. All right. Have a good life.
So if that girl and her school could come up to the front here, we'd love to get a picture of you with our panelists and your lovely news telescope.